all have been having a pretty good time since the last stream. We're going to start off today with the Ancient Forces deck, and we will be running two variants. First, we're going to play without pure dragons, so we'll be using the Aqua engine to try to get our big guys out as often as possible. Then we're going to try switching over to a list that runs Dragonic pressure and then a pure dragon list. Let's go ahead and see how it goes. PvP arena, and we queue. Ba-ba-ba-dum-bum. Now, I know we haven't had much issue finding opponents the past few days, but that could partially just be because the new box came out. Prior to the release of the mini box, we had queue times of up to a minute and a half or so. So hopefully things go a little bit faster this time. I just realized I forgot to put on any music, so we are going to go ahead and do that. Welcome, Dragzen. Hope you're having a good time. Since the last stream, I did go ahead and move the chat over to the right side and updated the messaging on it just a little bit. Hopefully it is a little bit smoother of a stream layout now. So I do have the option to summon the Burning Blaze Dragon here, but I am pretty worried about running into opposing heavy metals on turn 1. We are just going to go ahead and tribute set it. Because we have the Clear Ice Dragon in this deck, which is 1600, they might actually be afraid to swing into it with a low level, which would be nice. Unfortunately, they open with the Ghost Cyclone and remove our back row while also replacing it with another card. So they get a nice little +1 here. But let me see if I can find that music while we wait. Oh, and I don't have the audio on anyway. So desktop audio should be enabled, and hopefully everything will be going all right once this video loads in. So we see a Growl and Rocker combo, but that is only 2 monsters. We may have to be concerned because they do have a face down card, but other than that, I think we're in an okay spot. Hopefully they attack the Kana, and they do. We have Phoenix Dragon, so worst case scenario, we can always recover our monster. And it's looking like that might be the right play. Let's open up with the Phoenix Dragon and ditch a card to grab that. We grab a Burning Blaze Dragon, and then we can tribute summon it. And this is going to let us put the other monster into the graveyard. By activating Ancient Forces, we go here, boost it up to 2800, and we send Clear Ice to the graveyard. Now we have the option to tribute over the Burning Blaze Dragon for Ancient Arise Dragon, or we can play it a little bit safer and just bring it out normally. I think that is going to ultimately end up being the better play, so let's do a Speedy Performer and see if we can get the super lucky mill. We don't mill the Burning Blaze Dragon, but that is still fine with me. Let's bring out the Seahorse Carrier here and summon Ancient Arise Dragon for 2 tributes, keeping the 3200 attack point monster on my board. We mill one more time with Ancient Arise Dragon, and then we'll summon La Moon. Now, even if they have a Widespread Ruin, my Burning Blaze Dragon will die instead of the Ancient Arise Dragon. We swing in with Burning Blaze Dragon and nothing activated. However, they could still have a Music Princess's Recital, and we do see it coming out here. They negate my attack, and unfortunately, La Moon is here, unable to do anything. However, playing this in attack mode does have a relevant situation, as against heavy metal, they're now going to be destroying La Moon instead of one of my high-level monsters. That said, it's possible playing a defense mode 1400 Grace Princess would have been the better play. We see Archery and Summoning Flute, but it is not able to use the effect. Rebels Beat, unfortunately they did go second, so they're going to be able to get that mill off. Oh wait, no. Beat is the position change one. Anyway, I ignored chat for a little bit, so welcome Rafflesia and Draco Kid. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, and or evening. So we see them milling some monsters. Luckily they aren't able to use Archery's effect, so if they want to bring out a heavy metal, they could use these monsters, but I think their end board will not be all that strong. We see them setting up for the King's Majesty by sending Descendant of Titans to the graveyard, so that is something we are going to have to pay attention for. And here comes heavy metal, and of course they keep the gargoyle on field rather than the summoning flute. With this, they are going to be able to get in a direct attack. Heavy metal's effect will destroy Lamoon, then it will run over the Ancient Arise Dragon, and then 1500 beats my monster, and 1600 additional damage from the direct attack. Overall though, if we can find another Ancient Arise Dragon, we will be in a decent spot, as Burning Blaze Dragon and Clear Ice Dragon are both in the graveyard. So let's see what we draw. We do find an Ancient Arise Dragon, but this hand is looking kind of odd. We luckily do have a Curry Bot, so we are going to be able to recycle it. Welcome, Dill Conway, to the show. We do have Curry Bot here, and then we can Burning Blaze Dragon. Just to thin down the hand. We are planning on releasing it for the Ancient Arise Dragon shortly afterwards. Ancient Forces is just getting more monsters out of our deck. Send a Clear Ice to the graveyard, and then Tribute 2 for Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. And then Ancient Arise Dragon's effect is going to shuffle my monsters back in and provide a solid pop on the heavy metal. Unfortunately, we do mill the Widespread Ruin. But what can we do? We are in a lot of danger if they bring out another heavy metal next turn, as we don't have the resources that we need to actually activate Music Princess's Recital. Drawing 3 high levels and a trap card leaves us with a fairly unimpressive board. We're attacking into the level 6, just in an attempt to clear the board of level 5 or higher monsters and making them work a little bit harder for heavy metal. We pass, and it all comes down to this turn. If they aren't able to out Ancient Arise, it's a free win, but if they are, then we probably lose. I do see the Wi-Fi symbol has popped up a few times, but hopefully it's not too bad. They start by setting a card, which could be a King's Majesty or a Music Princess's Recital. I am definitely expecting it to be something that can negate attacks. But they are switching to defense mode, which is a good sign for us. We see they have not played their Widespread Ruin yet, which can be a bit of a problem. But we will try our best to carry on. We're gonna revive Grace Princess Kana here. Then we will Speedy Performer, boost up that Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we use Ancient Arise Dragon's effect, returning cards from the graveyard into the deck. And then we should be able to pop the monster over here. Perfect. Next, we summon Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, 1 and 2. And we activate its effect as well. We set this, and then there is a really interesting decision point here. So if we set Kana they can pop Ancient Arise Dragon with Heavy Metal and swing into Dragius. However, if we don't play either of these monsters, our Music Princess's recitals will be able to stop the opponent after a single Heavy Metal, and we still get the chance to potentially win the game. But if they only have one attack negate, they are going to run into 2 direct attacks if I play Lamoon. But if they have a 1500 or even a 1200 defender, then Lamoon loses me the game. Ultimately, I think we have to go into the battle phase and give up on the potential damage here. We do see a trap card being activated, and it's King's Majesty. So they negate 1 attack, and unfortunately, because it's Dragius, that actually negates both attacks. So with that in mind, summoning the Lamoon is definitely a misplay, because then it would leave Lamoon on the field and vulnerable. And setting the Kana, I think, is a misplay because of the Heavy Metal interaction I mentioned earlier. My thought process is by having exactly 2 monsters on board, their big play is Heavy Metal to destroy one of them, and then I will still be able to use Music Princess's Recital. We see Gargoyle coming out, and it is going to increase its level to 5. Summon Skull going away. Makes sense to me. Though they could have also just summoned the Summon Skull and then summoned Heavy Metal afterwards. So the Palace Gargoyles effect didn't actually come up here. So we now have the 5000 attack, Heavy Metal, and just as planned, we are going to be able to Music Princess's Recital. There are basically no ways they could have removed both of these here. So I was not too concerned. And now with that, all we need is some dragons, and we should be good to go. If we look at our field or our graveyard, we have a Clear Ice Dragon, but no Burning Blaze Dragons. So let's, oh, wait, wrong button. First we summon Lamoon, then we summon Burning Blaze Dragon. Tribute it off, and then set here, and then another Burning Blaze Dragon can come on out. Activate the Ancient Forces skill, which is going to boost one of them, and send a card from the deck to the graveyard. We send the Burning Blaze Dragon, and then Ancient Arise Dragon activates the effect, shuffling 2 monsters back in, and destroying Heavy Metal for free. And with that, we have more than enough damage on board to finish this game. Welcome, Axel. I hope you are having a good morning, afternoon, and or evening. Yeah, so Rafflesia, we will be testing the Dragonic Pressure build later tonight. I wanted to start off with the Aqua version, then move on to the Pure version, and then we'll finish things off with Dragonic Resonance, seeing if that deck still manages to outperform. That seems like a pretty good game, so I am going to go ahead and save it. And then we will head on to the next one. Loading in to match number 2, we are against a Yuga. So this could be the Tempest Drive skill. This could be 7's Axel Road. It could be some kind of aggro variant. There are a lot of things without a lot of ways to know what it is. We are going second, and that seems a little bit concerning as we do not have any high levels. Welcome, Norn. Hope you're having a good afternoon. What you have planned for lunch? Alright, so we see them bring out 2 monsters in attack mode. I would suspect that means we are seeing a 2-tribute monster on turn 1. Dark Magician is here, but it is not backed up by any trap cards, which means I think it is in our best interest to summon out Burning Blaze Dragon. I'm getting rid of the Seahorse Carrier, as it is the only one of these monsters that can't use its effect on the next turn. We activate Ancient Forces, and we are going to mill a Clear Ice Dragon. Let's send a card to the graveyard and set our other 2 monsters. Or actually, we could Phoenix Dragon here. That is an interesting plan. And then we would have Clear Ice Dragon on the field as well. But thinking it through, that doesn't seem worth it. I would rather have the defensive posture of 2 monsters rather than a 1600 in attack mode. So with this, we can end our turn, getting rid of Dark Magician and inflicting a little bit of damage. We have a Widespread Ruin, so we should be okay as long as they only bring out 1 boss monster. If they are able to find multiple Dark Magician girls, etc. though, we could be in problem. Scrolling up, Axel, I agree. I think Cross Duel was a great game, just implemented really poorly, making it hard for us to get the cards and ultimately leading to its demise. So here we do see a 7-sword magician coming out, but they are discarding another 7-sword magician to do so. So my Widespread Ruin is actually going to be pretty impactful here. Unless they choose not to use the effect to hedge it against Widespread Ruin. But they do not. They definitely could have made a different play here. But they are going to get punished for their greed and lose their best monster. I am still taking damage, but I think if they kept the Wonder Splat at 24, it would have been better for them. Scrolling on by, an 8 p.m. lunch. So, what time do you get to go to bed? I guess is my question. We are going to flip the Speedy Performer over, and then summon out Currybot. Currybot is going to be tributed for a Burning Blaze Dragon, and then a Speedy Performer is going to let us activate the effect to boost Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we, Phoenix Dragon, and I did not think this through. I was thinking, oh, we can tribute off the Speedy Performer after using the effect, but this is only a 1 tribute monster. So we are leaving ourselves with a 500 attack point monster on the board like a huge dummy. That said, we will go ahead and boost this and mill another Clear Ice Dragon. We keep Seahorse Carrier, and as long as we don't die next turn, we should be able to still end up winning the game. All we need is like 1 big Ancient Arise Dragon turn and we will be fine. Also, it was fun, but the burn meta kind of sucked. Yeah, so when it started out, it was just aggro with Blue Eyes and Z Metal Tank. But then as they introduced those big Guardian monsters, Cross Duel did kind of devolve into a lot of sitting behind the Guardian and inflicting burn damage. I only just begun to not self-own myself with Pile Bunker Dragon this week and hit King. Oh well, plus minus, congrats on hitting King of Games. And Norn, I hope you enjoy the spicy chicken sandwich. It sounds pretty good to me. So we saw a Recovery Force shuffling the 2 7-sword magicians back into the deck, and now they are going to be able to search out 7-sword magician with 7-sword witch and the 7th Axel Road skill. I am very much concerned about losing this game this turn due to a huge overrun on Phoenix Dragon. If I just kept the Speedy Performer face down, we would have been fine. But this is very dangerous. I am glad you like the new chat setup. All I did, it's still the same program, but they had some different presets, and I wanted to try getting one with a background. And then I realized I could figure out how to get over, or how to make the background not, or how to make a background appear. There we go. That way it's visible instead of just being white text on that super bright background. We do manage to somehow survive the previous turn, but we only have 1600. We need to see some big monsters, and we do. What an incredible draw. Currybot is going to get us access to 1 level 7 monster, and that will be the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Dragius can activate the effect, milling a card away. But we don't want to mill our Widespread Ruin, so we should hold off on using Dragius' effect. Oh, wait, it's already in the graveyard, so it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and activate that effect. It looks like we milled an Arise Dragon, but that is fine, as we have Seahorse Carrier here to get us a second level 7 monster on board. Ancient Arise Dragon comes out, and we are able to activate the effect. We have multiple copies of Clear Ice and Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard. So we shuffle them back into the deck, and now we get to destroy 7 Sword Magician for free. Let's go ahead and pop it, leaving them with the 2 weaker monsters. We set Music Princess's Recital and head into the battle phase. Dragius destroys 1 monster and then can attack a second time. Finally, Ancient Arise Dragon ends the game. Yeah, I used to work night shifts as well, so I understand where you are coming from, Norn. Oh, Dill, I have had some people get games from me before, especially during like the first couple of days that Rush Duels were out. I'm in one Rush Duel server, and we kept finding each other on the street replay because we were all playing so many games. And then Draco, feel free to choose either one you would prefer to watch it on. If there's an interface you like better, or just a platform you enjoy more, feel free to watch on either. It's not like I'm affiliated on either platform, so Twitch or YouTube, it's not any different to me. So this is an interesting hand. All 3 Currybot means we aren't going to be able to use it unless our draw for turn is exactly Monster Reincarnation. But what we really want is just another tribute monster, especially if they're going on the offensive like this. So plus minus, this deck compared to Dragonic Resonance, that is what we are here to find out today. My instinct is going to be that Dragonic Resonance is a little bit stronger, just because Dragonic Slayer is so good into the meta. But I can't be 100% sure about that. Give me 1 second. Alright, so we activate Ancient Forces and mill a Clear Ice Dragon. We want to keep that Currybot in hand and set up Seahorse Carrier simultaneously. So we swing over Burning Blaze Dragon and end turn. Welcome to the stream, Sarah. Hope you are having a good day. Head back to the floor and prep for med. Alright, Norin, I hope the rest of the shift goes well for you. And a good night, Dragzen. Dill says, just watch on both. I imagine that must be a bit difficult on the bandwidth. The tricky thing with this deck is you don't want too many of the fire dragons, but you want the fire dragon for the skill. That is a good question. I'm currently running 3 of the fire and 2 of the water, just to cut down a little bit on the tributes while still having a ton to make sure I'm reliably activating the skill. A 1 tribute 2800 monster is better than the 16, even though I could theoretically cycle back the cards like Sports Dragon Sluggers and whatnot. I don't find it super important. So what do I want to do this turn? We do have a Phoenix Dragon, which is nice, but without any boosts, I don't see us making much progress here. Let's go ahead and set 1. And then Seahorse Carrier, revive the Lamoon. We're just gonna play it slow. Bring out Burning Blaze Dragon. If we had something like a Speedy Performer in hand or another tribute, Phoenix Dragon would be nice. But instead, I think we do just need to set Lamoon here and keep these as options for later. Head into battle And then we have to wonder, if this is a widespread ruin, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to lose the game. But if it's something like the barrier, there is a really strong case for attacking the Burning Blaze Dragon instead of Dragius. It could also just be a Dragonic pressure. We do know they are running sports dragons, so I think that makes it more likely they are running spell cards. Because of that, I am going to attack the Dragius and risk it. Ultimately, though, it looks like I am going to be paying some price because it is the barrier. And now we go down to 2,400. That is really bad for us. I did consider the option, but I decided not to go for it or to disregard it. So I do wonder, ultimately, did I make the wrong play and get punished for it? Or did I make the right play and they happen to have the out? It's always hard to know for sure which way it is. Let me see what I missed over here in the chat. Welcome, Lunarian Rex and Axel. Thank you for the compliment on the deck. I think it is a pretty fun one to play for sure. Yeah, and Rafflesia, I think 3 of both of Burning Blaze and the other one is definitely an option. But I also wanted 3 Ancient Arise and a Dragius, and I found if you're running 10 high-level monsters and like 4 or 5 spell trap cards, it's just a little bit rough to be able to consistently to get those turn 1 boards where you actually have 3 low-level monsters. It's basically a 50-50 chance that you're going to open 3 or more high-level monsters, which is definitely a disaster, especially if you're going second. So I cut down a little bit to get me down to just 8 or 9 tribute monsters. Yeah, it is possible to consider running just 3 Phoenix Dragon. It's definitely something I've had on my mind. But it just feels like such a strong card that I would be making a mistake to not run it. So this turn is pretty simple. We just set all of our monsters and pass. If we had a trap card for protection, Ancient Arise Dragon would have been a fine summon. Out of all of these, Speedy Performer is the one I'm keeping, as there is a chance we are able to summon it out, boost something, and then tribute it off, especially since we already have a tribute monster in hand. Unfortunately, my opponent brings out the prismatic multi-strike dragon Dragius, which is quite the flex. So how I think this deck should be played is 3 Rise or Dragius, 2 Fire, and 3 Ice. Okay, so that is basically exactly what I have, just the count of Fire and Ice is switched. It is a fair argument to say, that the Ice one is better, so you should run 3 of it, but there are a couple of edge cases where it is, important. For example, Burning Blaze Dragon into Psychics will not die to a Primogatarna backed by Severing Psychic Wall, whereas your Clear Ice Dragon at 26 is going to crash. And they have a Twin Edge plus Dragius board, but they Triad Drago, take a bunch of damage, and die. I don't know what it is with these Resonance players lately, but I have seen so many players just summoning Triad Drago and just keeping it on board. Please do not do that. It is not a good idea. So we went 4-1 with this Ancient Forces deck, running the Aqua Engine. And let's see. So Adam, I agree. I'm running 2 copies of Phoenix and 1 Dragius. I do think it's possible to run 3 Phoenix, but I don't know, I'm just hesitant to. And then for spell and trap cards, I'm running Widespread Ruin, 2 Recital, and a Monster Reincarnation. So the Monster Reincarnation is kind of like a 3rd Phoenix Dragon that you can set in the Spell and Trap zone. Next up, let's go do the Pure variant. So switching decks, this is still going to be Ancient Arise Dragon, but now we're running only Dragon-type monsters, and we will be running some Dragonic pressures for those big pushes. 3 Currybot, 3 Performer, and yeah, I agree with that, Draco. For sure. Oh, wait. I just realized there is both a Draco Kid and a Draco Senpai. Wait, no, you're the same person, right? Draco Kid and Draco Senpai, I think, are the same person. Otherwise, we have 2 Dracos. And then I will be very confused. But what I was saying is I'm running Currybots and the Performers as well. Okay, so this is what I mean. We have a really good chance of just opening so many high-level monsters that we aren't able to make great plays, especially going second. Summoning a Burning Blaze Dragon and passing is not a winning strategy. And Cantrip, I agree. The Hail Marys with Triad Drago almost never work out. I did get punished by it exactly once the other day. But I got a little bit sacked, for sure. So we have a Burning Blaze Dragon. We'll go ahead and activate the skill. Ancient Forces, milling another copy of Clear Ice Dragon. Then we have a second Burning Blaze Dragon. We could summon the Ancient Arise Dragon, but that loses way too hard to Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead and swing into their monsters. And unfortunately, I don't know where the tribute is. Alright, we get the Clear Ice out of the way. And they didn't activate anything, leading me to believe this face down card is going to be a Dragonic Pressure. This could be the full mirror match, as we saw a Sports Dragon Slugger on their board earlier, but the final monster is a Sports Dragon Pitcher. So they are going to be able to get those big 2 tribute plays out. If they summon a Dragius plus Ancient Arise this turn, it's just going to be really difficult for us to survive. 1 Phoenix and 2 Dragius. Interesting. Are you cutting back on the level 6 monsters or on the Ancient Arise Dragons? Because I feel the Ancient Arise Dragon package is already up to 9 tribute monsters, and it's really hard to add more than that. How many of those guys do you run in your Dragonic Resonance deck? Dragonic Resonance, we run none of these. My list is exactly the same as it was before the new cards came out, except I have switched one of the pressures with Widespread Ruin. Other than that, I think Dragonic Resonance runs basically existed beforehand. So we are actually up against a Dragonic Resonance deck using the Ancient Arise Dragon engine. That is interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. And it looks like we are streaming music. Hopefully it's not too bad and it comes back soon. So we are going to just take a ton of damage here. We draw, and we do get some interesting cards. We can set our 2 important spells and traps. Then, Triad Drago we are not going to be able to activate, as we only have 2 monsters. I could, theoretically, go for the Dragonic Pressure this turn, and then summon just like a defense position Sports Dragon Pitcher, but we are not going to do that. We're going to make the play for Ancient Arise Dragon, assuming that my internet connection cooperates with me. We're going to close out the music for now, just so that there's a little bit less strain on the network. Hopefully our connection stays good enough. If things do disappear, I will be back as soon as the internet reconnects itself. I agree with you, Adam. Ancient Forces is definitely one of the best decks in the format. My internet has been fine all day. So it says we are back. Unfortunately, we lost that one to a disconnect. My apologies for anyone who is having to watch and deal with all of these interruptions. Ring my ISP. I might be able to do that. Before we head back into the next ranked duel, let's just do this battle to make sure we are able to actually play the game. So just a quick match against the NPC to check if it is functioning. Alright, so Concert King Roa is up first. And they are probably just going to go ahead and summon a few low levels before passing. They have a back row, but I don't think I've ever seen Roa activate a useful card here. We have Dragonic into the Clear Ice Dragon, tributing the Sports Dragon pitcher, setting up our Dragonic pressure for later. Activating the skill is going to send a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard, setting up Ancient Arise Dragon for later. We set the Dragonic pressure and a Phoenix Dragon before heading into the battle phase and destroying the Shadow Buyer and one copy of Feral Imp. Passing turn, back to Roa, and let's see what they do. 1500 vanilla comes out alongside Royal Rebel's Break. They are going to be able to destroy the Phoenix Dragon, but they don't choose to crash into the Dragorite. It's our move now, and we draw a Sports Dragon Slugger alongside multiple copies of Ancient Arise Dragon. If we Dragonic Pressure, we can mill 3, get the Sports Dragons out, and then summon Ancient Arise Dragon and swing for 3k, but ultimately I don't think that's actually all that strong. Let's instead go ahead and summon an Ancient Arise Dragon, and then this time we are going to use the skill and mill a Clear Ice. So Ancient Forces boosts this one, then we send Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard, or we can do that and then do another summon, because this monster will boost itself to 3000. Okay, so Slugger comes out, and then another Tribute Summon. Ancient Arise Dragon comes down, and mill number 1. And we actually mill the Clear Ice Dragon, meaning we are going to get 2 pops. Destroy a card, Nessus the Star Knight goes down, and then another one, and we shuffle 2 more cards back into the deck. Now we will destroy the other Feral Imp, and they are left with just a single 800 attack point monster on the board. We swing in for 6000 damage and finish Roa off on turn 4. Let's see if we can get the music playing again. But this is taking quite a long time to load the end of battle theme. So I think the music might be going away again. We get the win message to finally pop up after muting the music one more time. And we will give it a shot. This is definitely a little bit concerning. And we get another copy of Growl. I don't think we need any more event rewards, but it is interesting to see the drops. So we will give it one more shot. Stream. Adam says, been loving the Aqua Engine over the Dragon Core for the deck. 2 Ancient, 2 Dragias, 3 Clear Eyes, 2 Burning, a Phoenix. Yeah, that sounds about right. There are definitely some flexible slots there. Some players do like 2 Phoenix, but 2 Dragias makes sense if you're running only 2 Ancient Arise. Welcome, Omarion. You are reaching us in the middle of some technical difficulties, but we are doing our best. You can see here we are stuck on the screen transitions. Let me double check my internet connection. It says it is okay. And then, of course, we pop up immediately with a connection error message. So it is lying to us. If we can't load in at this time, we will reset the application. And if it still doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But it looks like we are loading in at least, so we are making progress. Let's hop into a rush duel and see if it works or not. So in terms of pure dragons or the aqua engine, I think the aqua engine is going to be a lot more consistent in getting the deck to work smoothly. But the Dragonic pressure version will be a much higher power ceiling, as theoretically, you can clear the board and deal a free 3,000 damage with an Ancient Arise Dragon. Omarion, are you saying you're running the same deck? I'm still mad. You got no Seahorse Carriers? Surely at least one copy from the event rewards. Isn't there one guaranteed one? Oh yeah, and Phantom Bind, I haven't seen it nearly as much, but it is definitely a card to look out for. I think people are currently running stuff like the Barrier instead, because we're so used to seeing the Aqua and Beast engines and everything. But if the meta settles on single type decks being good, Phantom Bind will come back with a vengeance. So we have loaded into the game and we are seeing the hourglass. However, it's hard to tell whether or not they are thinking or I'm just lagging. We will find out once it gets to my turn. They set one monster and then tribute summon, and they are on a Noodle Ninja deck. This is interesting information. Innocent Lancer going in, and we draw an Ancient Arise Dragon. They are pretty lucky that we are not able to pop anything right now as they have no face-up monsters. We will set 3 Burning Blaze and then Ancient Arise. Thanks to the way the boosts work out, we are going to play around Widespread Ruin. So we activate Ancient Forces and boost up to 2,800. Then we send Clear Ice to the graveyard. Finally, we tribute summon Ancient Arise Dragon, and it has 2,400 attack. We could boost this monster up to 3,000, but we are going to deliberately choose not to do so. We are only giving up 200 damage, and in exchange, we keep our best monster on the field guaranteed. That turn played out pretty smoothly, so hopefully the hiccups are gone at least for a while. My opponent draws some cards, and they activate the life point gain skill. What I would expect a competent Noodle deck to be running. Monster Reincarnation is going to revive one of their monsters. Personally, I'm expecting it to be stock the Noodle Ninja, as theoretically they could grab the Torna, but Innocent Lancer is certainly not. But we see them discard a 7-zone Magician and recover the low level, just as I had thought. They probably have a few too many high-level monsters in hand and needed to fix things up a little bit. We see 2 low-level Pyro monsters, but those ones will not be able to get boosted by Spice as they need to be attributed off. 2,400 attack on Spicy Little Ninja is only able to tie Ancient Arise Dragon. However, the Noodle Art of Roastery will get them over it. Which one will they choose? Naturally, the level 7. they do set a new card face down. But it could just be another copy of Roastery. There's no real way for us to know. They do have a level 7 monster on board, so we are going to be able to use Triad Drago effectively. We summon out 2 monsters that are not level 3, and then we get to draw an extra card. We draw Amazing. Ancient Arise Dragon is coming out now. And this should be game, even if they have a Widespread Ruin, I think this is over, as all of our monsters should be able to be over 2,000 on average. Let's activate Ancient Forces and boost up Burning Blaze Dragon. Send a card to the graveyard is another Burning Blaze Dragon. Then Ancient Arise Dragon activates the effect, and by shuffling 2 monsters back, we are going to destroy Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja for free. This is some very significant damage. We swing in, and it looks like they might have a Widespread Ruin. And they concede. Alright, so that game went super smoothly, both in terms of the actual game and the internet connection itself. Let's go ahead and try to bring out music one more time. Something else we could consider in the future is having some local music, rather than constantly needing to rely on streaming. That would lower the network load, but I'm not sure what to download. So, while we think about that, let's go ahead and queue into the next game. I think the Pure Dragon variant is 1-1, though the loss was due to a disconnect. We weren't quite out of it, though we were at a disadvantage. Here we are up against the one and only... Alright, so this is a pretty good opening hand. The Ancient Arise Dragon is a little suboptimal, but what we are going to do is set our cards, and ultimately I am going to choose to set up the Ancient Arise Dragon a little bit early. This could definitely be a misplay. Some players may choose to just set the Burning Blaze Dragon instead. But generally, if I have trap cards to protect me, I think the odds of multiple high-level monsters are relatively low on the first turn. The big issue is that since we're playing a Roa, we have to worry about a heavy metal coming down. Instead, we just see a summoned Skull. If that's their only attack position monster, we should be able to make a pretty big push next turn. They might be considering summoning out another monster right now, so let's see what they do. Looks like they are heading into the battle phase, and we are probably going to pop that with Widespread Ruin. There is a case not to, but when we see a Skull Servant in the deck list, we presume they are running Beetle, so we are just here to beat them up as fast as humanly possible. We have way too many level 7 monsters in hand, but we are going to be able to summon 2 of them. So let's start with Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And then an Ancient Arise Dragon as well. Or we Phoenix Dragon, ditch 1 Ancient Arise Dragon, and bring back a Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we summon a Burning Blaze Dragon, and we'll be able to push for a ton more damage this way, as now we'll have another huge monster on board. Let's activate the skill. Ancient Forces, boosting up Burning Blaze Dragon to 2800, and sending our Clear Ice Dragon away. Activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, and now we can battle. Swing into 1, and we know they are a Beetle deck, so Dragius is actually going to swing into this. We aren't risking running into a 1400. Then, Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, swings in, and we get another 2800 with the Burning Blaze Dragon, while maintaining a full field. So we are in a pretty great position. they are probably just going to set more monsters or maybe bring out a Dragius. I don't think they have nearly enough for the Beetle to get over Dragius on its own. So this game should be just about over. A Beetle deck would need to be incredibly lucky in order to beat this field. The Spice is not going to be enough, as even if they kill the Dragius, I just bring it out next turn. And just to prove how over it is, we somehow managed to draw into the Triad Drago. Ancient Arise Dragon can destroy Spice, but we don't need to do all of that. Let's just head into the battle phase and win. I'm not here to bad manners my opponent. We just want to clear out their stuff as quickly as possible and end the game. I forgot to save the previous replay, so after doing that, we can head into the next round. Overall, it's hard to say which deck has been better so far. We actually have not needed to Dragonic pressure at all. So just having the overall better cards in the Aquas could definitely pay dividends. However, both of these have been pretty strong. It's hard to know for sure what is better when you're winning basically all of your games. Let's go ahead and draw another card. We have a Dragius, so we are definitely going to go for that. Of course, a Widespread Ruin could ruin our day, but if they don't have that specifically, we are getting in for a huge amount of damage here. Even something like a Music Princess Recital is not bad for us, as all it would do is stop a swing. Alright, no problem. They Widespread Ruin the Dragius, and we are going to see how this works on our next turn. We see a Descendant of Titans, so at first I thought maybe it is running a Beetle package, but Lamoon probably disproves that. Welcome, Farden. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad I'm able to make things people actually watch and enjoy. I never really I'm not a very big YouTuber, but it's still bigger than I thought I would ever get. Even just 100 views on a video sounds like a ton to me. Alright, so we barely survive. And that's kind of the power of Widespread Ruin. We do have a Sports Dragon Slugger, but we don't have anything to actually compete. So what we're going to do is bring out the Burning Blaze Dragon and set up our Ancient Arise Dragon. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. Going up to 2800, and we send a Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. Let's Tribute Summon Ancient Arise Dragon, and we are going to use its effect to pop that Dragius. We have Widespread Ruin, so we don't really care what gets milled, and we can shuffle some monsters into the deck. 1 and 2. And goodbye, Dragius. Then we protect ourselves with our own Widespread Ruin and head into the battle phase. We know they are on the Aqua Engine, so unfortunately, if they get a big Seahorse Carrier play, there is a chance they get two 2500 attack point monsters onto the board. And as I say that, of course, the very first card we see is a Seahorse Carrier. So maybe we lose here. We see another level 1 Fiend. They are really playing a small King's Majesty package. We see Dion Keto, the Boogie Master, and 3 more cards in hand. Their next move is going to be really indicative of what we should expect. Will they summon 2 more low levels? Will they discard a card to heal up? Will they start setting spells and traps? Kanan the Sword Diva and La Moon the Party Princess come out. But do they have a second high-level monster? They do. It's Prima Guitarna. But we survive. We can Widespread Ruin and at least take out the Dion Keto. And we scrape by taking only 100 points of damage this turn. If we get a good draw, this could be it. We draw interesting. We have a Dragonic Pressure, which we could use to fill the graveyard. And then revive a monster, like the Phoenix Dragon. And then we could trade the Clear Ice Dragon for a high level, but that doesn't quite work. Or we could Dragonic Pressure and bring out Pitcher and Slugger. And then we would have a level 6 that can't quite attack. Or we could save the Dragonic Pressure for later. Or wait, instead of Dragonic Pressure, what if we just Phoenix Dragon and go for an Ancient Arise? Or Dragius. If we just revive Dragius, that should be pretty good. Right? Because that's 25 plus plus 300. So not quite enough to win, but it is progress for sure. Ditch the Clear Ice, and I definitely messed up. I sent a Sports Dragon Pitcher instead of this Clear Ice Dragon. I needed to have more monsters in defense mode to help make sure I survive. That said, this should be okay for now, theoretically. We do have both monsters set up. And it's worth noting, getting the Ancient Arise Dragon would have dealt a little bit more damage, but having a 25 on the field is a bit stronger going into their turn. Wait, okay. If I had gotten the Ancient Arise Dragon, I could have kept Phoenix Dragon on the board. Oh, but then if I discarded the Clear Ice Dragon, I wouldn't have been able to set up the actual pop. So ultimately, I think it's the same. Yeah, it is interesting that Mimi got no support. We see a Cure Master Dion Keto coming out this turn, which is interesting. If they had the means to just kill us, I think it's a little bit rude of them to be activating the skill instead of just taking the necessary actions to survive. An attack position Seahorse Carrier means there is definitely a boss monster coming out. Something like even just a second Prima Guitarna isn't... Oh, they needed the life points to use Prima Guitarna. That's my bet, is that they're going to summon Prima Guitarna and then crash and win with some other monster. If they don't, Dragonic Pressure is definitely going to end the game. So, we will see. They are thinking quite hard about this. I don't know why. Mimi didn't get any support in the latest box, but I'm expecting she will get more cards in the next main box when we get her rerun event. So definitely be on the lookout for more Aqua support, like the Party Time Disco Ball in the near future. Thunder the Thunder. Maybe they were just really calculating out the line. Clearly an attack position monster means they have something. They are just taking their sweet time with it. So they can discard one of their cards, get me down to 2200, and then a Dion Keto or something can beat over me, and they have a 1400 to swing in for a game. I do have a face down, that is true. They do know I have a Widespread Ruin already played, so maybe they are trying to play around the barrier, or something like that. Yep, it is Prima Guitarna, kind of what I expected. So, yeah, if I had the barrier, all of their play wouldn't have made much of a difference here. But it is just a Dragonic Pressure, so they get me. I will send them the nice. So that is actually a game we can identify that we lost because we did run the wrong engine. If this was the non-pure dragon variant, those Dragonic pressures would be cards like Music Princess's Recital, which would have saved us. So this is a point in favor of the other variant. Speedy Performer is a nice addition to Aqua. So yeah, it is a psychic monster, but I think you would definitely run it in these Dragias Prima Dion Keto decks. Something worth considering is if you have Speedy Performer and Prima Guitarna, would be slotting in a Roman pick into your aggro decks as kind of a fourth copy of a card similar to Currybot or Seahorse Carriers. Because if you have like 6 other psychics, there's always a chance you just get a free bonus card that could be a boss or a low level. It's still not super likely, but it seems worth the shot. We see them bring out a Growl and a Rocker. They are very likely, I think, to have some kind of counterplay here, but we are going to go ahead and try to summon our guys anyway. So the question is, if they bring out a if this is Music Princess's Recital, what order should we do our attacks in? I think we hit the Rocker, as it would be able to recur the Growl. So we want to hit the Rocker first, which means we should boost this one or this one. Well, this one, I think we go here. Then, of course, we are going to mill. And then do we set the Winged Dragon, as this hedges against heavy metal plays, by giving us at least one monster that's able to defend ourselves. But no, I think we do go for the attack mode. Yeah, and this way we actually do have a clear out to Widespread Ruin. We will still destroy Rocker and deal as much damage as we could. So it is an activatable card. So it's not Recital. It could be Widespread Ruin, and it unfortunately is. Setting the Winged Dragon is probably the right play. Yeah, I'm sure we have plenty of time until the next box, so you'll get those Speedy Performers sooner rather than later. Good luck with your pulls in the future, Rafflesia. So we see a Telepathic Agent coming out, and presumably a Heavy Metal, as they used the effect. So here, for sure, setting this monster would have been better. At least we do know they don't have Widespread Ruin anymore. So we survive the turn, and we might be able to strike back ourselves. We get Ancient Arise Dragon, but this is not good. We drew 3 of our 4 level 7 monsters. All we can do is set and end. And then we need to hope we draw, I guess, a Sports Dragon next turn. If we even survive. Widespread Ruin is okay, but it doesn't really save us if they have a way to get multiple high-level cards. So they do activate the effect again, which means I actually have no idea what that means. Why would they choose to shuffle a card away from their hand? Growl is being activated, but obviously it is not going to be able to swing over this. But Oh, and here goes the internet. Widespread Ruin is going to at least save us for this turn, destroying the heavy metal. And what do we draw? The third Ancient Arise Dragon. Incredible. So let's Sports Dragon Pitcher. Pitcher for Slugger. And I think it's gotta be Dragius. It's got that 2500 attack point stat line. And I certainly am not shuffling any monsters into my deck when my hand is 3 level 7s. So let us bring out Dragius and see what we can do. Double Doom, and hit him with the old electrostatic concussive electrostatic shock ball, followed up with an Inferno of Infinite Destruction. But they have the recital, and I mean, I don't think there's anything I could do. Even if I did fix my misplay and set that winged dragon face down, this is not going to change the outcome of the duel. Here comes another Royal Rebel Rocker, which means they do have a chance to misplay. They could theoretically summon heavy metal and use the effect and forget that they can't attack. That is basically our only win condition. So let us see what happens. Here comes heavy metal. All they have to do is crash and then swing in. And they do use heavy metal's effect. I don't know why. We get Slugger, which, I mean, I'd much rather just Dragonic Pressure first. Select a card to send to the graveyard. 1, 2, and 3. We will blow all of those monsters up, and then we will summon out Sports Dragon Pitcher. Sports Dragon Pitcher revives Sports Dragon Slugger. We bring out the Ancient Arise Dragon, and we are going to get in for 3,000. We activate the effect. And I will not be shuffling them back in. So there is a chance that they now just don't get any high-level monsters. It's a low chance, but it is a shot. We do know that they've gone through multiple copies of Rocker, multiple copies of Growl. Oh, but the monster reincarnation out of nowhere. Yeah, and Rathlesia does make a good point. That hand, if we replaced Dragius with another Phoenix Dragon, we would have been able to start playing the game, as we would have had a low level, and we could have even discarded one of the Arise Dragons for a low level one. Here comes Heavy Metal, and once again, oh no, we don't survive, because this time they are able to attack. Unfortunate. I will give them the good old thumbs up. And we will give it one more shot with this one. After this, I think we will do some games with Dragonic Resonance. Switch on over to another Pure Dragon deck, but this time one that possibly won't keep dying to these Widespread Ruins. It is really important to note, basically every game we've lost today has been to a Widespread Ruin, or just a random brick. So having that built-in Dragonic Slayer, capable of popping back row, definitely can make a difference. So it looks like they are going first, which is unfortunate. This is a great turn one hand. Let's see what they go for. Looks like they are playing it smart, just setting some cards face down. Do they have any spells or traps? Looking like it might be a no. Oh, they do. They bring out a turn one Ancient Arise Dragon. but if they don't have a trap card to go alongside it, that is definitely a misplay, as now all I have to do is summon out a big monster of my own, and theirs is going down. We have both Sports Dragon, Pitcher, and Slugger set up, so drawing a Dragonic Pressure in the future would be nice. Let's go ahead and bring out some additional monsters and take out that Ancient Arise Dragon. They could have taken no damage this turn, but because they decided to play the Ancient Arise, they are going to get hit for about 2,000. And by about 2,000, I mean exactly 2,000. Looks like they are running the Beast Engine here, rather than the Aquas. Silverwolf has a couple of niche applications, mostly in adjusting the math, by reducing a 2,500 attack point monster down to 2,300. Burning Blaze Dragon will no longer be blown up by the barrier. That has definitely been an issue in one of the games we played today, so I can respect choosing the Beast Engine over the Aqua Engine. We see a Currybot, but that one is not going to be able to work. You're only able to use one of Currybot or Pocket Chew, which is not an issue with the Aqua Engine. There is a game we won today because we were able to Currybot and then Seahorse Carrier. So there are arguments for both engines. They pop my Ancient Arise Dragon with their Ancient Arise Dragon. We are going back and forth. Let's go ahead and summon this Triad Drago and see if we can't draw another tribute monster. Activate the effect and we find a Clear Ice. Fantastic. Let's bring out Burning Blaze Dragon, and we are going to use the skill on it because we want to play a round. Well, we can't play around Phantom Bind, but we can play around the barrier. Let's go ahead and summon and summon. So we have Clear Ice Dragon out on the field now, and we enter the battle phase. Swing into Ancient Arise Dragon and see if it works out for us. Unfortunately, a Widespread Ruin is going to cause huge issues for us. We can still destroy the two other monsters, but we are leaving ourselves vulnerable, as now we just have two monsters on the board, a wide open slot for their boss monsters to swing in directly, and do they have, if they find a Burning Blaze Dragon, it's basically over. So once again, another game where it would have been nice to just have Dragonic Slayer ready to do things for us. We see them lower Clear Ice Dragon, and they mill Burning Blaze Dragon, if you can believe it. So that Clear Ice Dragon, or I'm sorry, that Ancient Arise Dragon is going to absolutely destroy us. So that is 3,000 direct, 5,800 direct. They're dealing 5,900 damage. Theoretically, I could have set a bunch of monsters. But is that worth it? They would have had a Dragius to get a direct attack in anyway. I'll summon the Nice, and I think we are going to say the Aqua version of this deck is better than the Dragonic Resonance version, at least from our sample here. But now we finally move on to a deck that can destroy these Widespread Ruins. And that is Dragonic Resonance, looking quite similar to how it did a few weeks ago. Let's go ahead and queue into some duels. See if we can get some wins with what many people are saying is the best deck of the format. It was definitely the top dog before the box, and it seems like it should be only getting better, despite the lack of new cards. Despite the lack of new cards, Dragonic Slayer goes from being typically not very useful to one of the best cards in the game. We are going second, and we open up with our Widespread Ruin. This is the only change I have made to the deck. I swapped one Widespread Ruin in for Dragonic Pressure. You could make an argument to run the third Dragonic Pressure still, probably taking out one of the Gravity Press Dragons, as you need the low levels as much as possible to avoid bricking. 7-Sword Witch on turn 1, and presumably a 7-Sword Magician. This is a huge misplay, unless they set a Widespread Ruin. I cannot agree with that play, even if it is going to work out for them. All we have here are random low-level monsters, so they get lucky, but please keep in mind, this is not the correct play. Imagine if I had summoned a Dragius and just destroyed both of their boss monsters for absolutely free, and now they managed to draw into the back row to protect their board. This is pretty annoying. Overall, I don't see the need to Widespread Ruin here, as we're not taking any damage. And we even keep a monster alive, which I find very funny. Let's go ahead and draw our cards, and we still fail to find anything. And remember, kids, it is never correct to play the Triad Drago and just hope you randomly draw into the card you need. We are going to be disciplined, set some cards, and end turn. We're turning off the trap toggle until they present a threat of damage. We do have the Triad Drago. If we do ever draw a high-level monster, we will be able to get an extra free card. They set a third back row. Presumably at least one of those is a card like Recovery Force. But there is a very good chance they also have their own Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead and draw for turn, and we still find nothing. We are once again setting 3 cards and passing. Eventually they will probably find a card like Torn of the Windweaver, but I don't really mind. They are just swinging in, destroying my monsters, of course. I have nothing to really resist them with. So let's see what happens on the next turn. Oh my gosh. I do not believe it. Like, how is this possible? Alright, we pass it over once again. And we shall just see how it goes. We are down so many low levels. We're eventually just going to summon exclusively. We're going to draw a bunch of level 7s at some point and not really be able to do anything. So they do have a Torn of the Windweaver. But which one will they target? They hit my Triad Drago, presumably for a ton of damage. However, this time I am going to Widespread Ruin them. As I feel we have to draw something. There's no way we just draw 3 more low levels at this point. And there we go. We get a Sports Dragon pitcher, and we will activate the effect. We revive Sports Dragon Slugger. Tribute 2 for a Dragonic Slayer. Then, set 1 and summon a Gravity Press Dragon. We will activate the skill Dragonic Resonance, boosting 2 of our monsters. We set a card, and then we will use Gravity Press Dragon to weaken Torn of the Windweaver. We activate Dragonic Slayer, and we'll destroy this card. It's the Barrier. Not a card that would have made much of a difference. Let's try to take out the Torna, and we are probably going to get hit by a Widespread Ruin, unfortunately. But But not attacking definitely sounds like the wrong play. So we clear one, and then here comes another attack. If they didn't activate anything the first time... Oh. It took us so long that Phantom Bind was able to kill Dragonic Slayer because we have so many monsters in the graveyard, despite being 1,200 bigger. So now I'm pretty sure we just lose. Off to a rough start, but apparently we've been facing a Volt Condor deck the whole time, and we had no idea. Trick Pigeon and Luminous Parrot coming out of nowhere on this turn. Alright, luckily we do somehow survive. But what can we even draw at this point? Our deck is full of just high-level monsters. I think we are forced to Dragonic Pressure. 1, 2, 3. Summon a monster. Grab a Sports Dragon Pitcher. Sports Dragon Slugger. Dragius can come out here. But if they set the Widespread Ruin, we kind of just lose anyway. We could choose to not use it, but we know they have at least 2 Volt Condor in the wings, so we are going to swing in and just accept our fate. We basically need them to draw no high-level monsters. That is our only win condition. Tried the Ramon pick and just milled traps and died because it wasn't able to add the Speedy Performer back. I can definitely see that being the case more often than not. Yeah, ultimately I did decide to attack because, like I said, I'm pretty sure I just lose if I don't attack. As you can see, they have some kind of monster to get over Dragius. The game just ends. So if I want to win the game, I need to make the push. Beast Summoner coming out, and a Tribute Summon for Dark Magician Girl. That's going to be 2,500. But hopefully the next game will go a little bit better. I'll give them a good old thumbs up, and we will head into the next round. We gain a few more levels in the dungeon. But I don't think there are any rush rewards in that event. I'll send over a message over on Discord. Alright, and we are up against another Roa. Let's go ahead and see what Usagi has in store for us. They are up first, which, while obviously I prefer to go first most of the time, might actually be good against Roa, as their main skill is a lot worse when they win the coin flip. Alright, so we do have a Dragius here, but they do have a set card. And if that's a Widespread Ruin, as usual, we could choose not to attack, but it just feels so silly to sit here and do nothing off of a random one-of. And they do have a trap. And they get us. Fair enough. There is an argument for not attacking, but keep in mind, Royal Rebels, they could bring out a heavy metal and then just blow up the Dragius. And then have a 5,000 point attack. Yeah, exactly. this would not have been... I think I would have taken more damage if I didn't have the Widespread Ruin getting popped. We do have a Dragonic Pressure at least now. So let's see what we draw. We do find the Slugger and the Pitcher. But we have another Pressure and no high levels. So the right play is undoubtedly to just set 3 monsters and pass. And then we're going to have both Sports Dragons set up, so Dragonic Pressure is live now. Palace Gargoyle using the effect, but Growl and Heavy Metal don't do anything against set monsters. Unless they have a Pierce, Usagi's deck shouldn't have any real methods to break through defense position boards. So we are going to at least survive long enough to find the cards we're looking for. A Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike and a Dragonic Slayer do make me want to go ahead and bring out my monsters. This said, there is an argument to just use the pressure, I guess, but Bunker Strike, we are looking for monsters here. To the top of the deck. Definitely returning you. And you. So now the question is, do we set the Widespread Ruin, or do we return it so we can summon Slayer and pop the back row? Ultimately, I think we do need Widespread Ruin in order to make reasonable plays on the next turn. As the double boss monster board just loses immediately to another Heavy Metal coming out. So we are going to summon out Dragorite and a Winged Dragon. And then activate the skill, boost up the 2 low-level monsters. And then, if they have like the barrier or something, it's fine. Oh, I did not beat the Heavy Metal. I miscalculated. I forgot that Bunker Strike is not able to beat the Heavy Metal without... Oh, and I attacked that way instead of that way. Definitely making a ton of mistakes here. I could have dealt 1200, which would have been exactly enough to set up a pressure lethal. But now it's all kind of wacky. We see a Kanon coming out. I'm expecting another Heavy Metal. But first is Rocker. What do they have in here? Growls. Oh, but here we go. Heavy Metal. Oh, and they might actually go for a double Heavy Metal play. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I don't think it mattered what we did, as they did manage to summon these organically. It is what it is. We tried our best. Interestingly, the Dragonic Pressures have not been helping out too much. Oh, they actually, set a monster. I will use the Widespread Ruin, and that might keep me alive for an extra turn. So keep in mind, I could have dealt a little bit more damage last turn. They would have been at 4,800. We would have been 100 off lethal. Let's go ahead and Dragonic Pressure. 1, 2, and 3. Special summon a monster. We are going to bring out the Sports Dragon Pitcher. Activate the effect. Grab the Sports Dragon Slugger. Tribute them for Dragonic Slayer. And then we bring out Winged Dragon, but we are going to put it in defense mode, as it just loses to a Heavy Metal off the rip. They don't even need to use the effect or anything. So here we go with Dragonic Slayer swinging in for 28. I think there's a really good chance this face down card is a Music Princess's Recital. But it might also even be a monster reincarnation, which would be bad for our lifespan. We do see 2 of the heavy metals in the graveyard, and a Music Princess's Recital, confirming that there's a very, very good chance of that set card being... Oh, no. We get lowered to 900, and that is an exact lethal. Not that it matters. They have the direct attack for game. So if that was like a Draco the Tiny, we would have actually survived because they misplayed the attack sequencing. We do seem to be losing quite a few games today. But once again, I think it's just been 4 games in a row where my opponent has the turn 1 Dragonic Pressure. Ultimately, not too much we can do about that. I can choose not to attack, but like I said, in that case, they would have summoned a heavy metal, popped my Dragius, and OTK'd me. We are going up against another Roa. And it's also worth noting, I'm pretty sure we have gone second a billion times in a row. We have not been able to establish our boards first. Oh, so this Roa is just playing a generic aggro deck. We could definitely go for a low level right around now, and we draw it. Let's go ahead and bring out our Dragonic Slayer plus Gravity Press Dragon. Tribute 1 and 2. And then Tribute 1. This clears our hand for the next turn, and with the boost from Dragonic Resonance, we will be able to defeat both of their monsters. Swing into Dragius, and then into Gazelle. Not the worst start. This deck absolutely does not want to go second. You have the Bunker Strikes, which do only work going second, but we are a combo deck, and we are trying to find Dragonic Pressure and both Sports Dragons as soon as possible. Being able to go first and see essentially 5 more cards than the opponent means we get our combo way faster. And it also means we have a chance to set up Sports Dragon monsters in defense mode before they get a chance to play, which means on the first turn we actually care about attacking. This deck is never able to get Sports Dragons if they go second, but if they go first, they have a chance to set it up ahead of time. I can Gravity Press Dragon here, and then we're gonna summon the Bunker Strike. Now, if I'm my opponent, there's no chance that that is not Widespread Ruin. So we are going to be looking for some more low levels. Man. Let's just send this Gravity Press Dragon to the bottom of the deck. Unfortunately, the card we milled was the low level we were looking for. Dragonic Pressure, Widespread Ruin, getting set face down. Then we can activate our skill, boosting up to 2800, and we are just going to send it. We want to get that card out of the way. We know they have to have something, but it was probably a barrier, given that they did not activate it here. And now we have our own Widespread Ruin, and that is basically game. And Prima Guitarna coming out, don't mind that one at all. Let's go ahead and finish this with the activation of Widespread Ruin. Prima Guitarna is gone, and we draw for turn. Still no Slayers. No, wait, we had one earlier, which means we are going to be able to Phoenix Dragon and grab it back. Now, if they had a Widespread Ruin last turn, they would have used it, which means the correct play is to pop the new back row. Let's go ahead and set the Triad Drago and then tribute it off, alongside the Phoenix Dragon for Slayer. 1 and 2. Perfect. Then we use Resonating Roar to pop the card closer to their deck. This one for sure. And it's a Phantom Bind. Interesting. Let's summon Dragorite onto the field and activate our Dragonic Resonance. If we boost up the 2 high-level monsters, we should be able to avoid another Phantom Bind if that is the card that they have set. And as long as one of these 2 connects, we should have game. Phantom Bind goes in, but we still get there. And we get a win. Despite going second, Widespread Ruin, we had it, they didn't. And unfortunately, I think that has been more or less the case for every single game we've played today. It is kind of sad that Widespread Ruin is such a format warping card. But on the other hand, it does mean basically any deck can compete because you can just sack the opponent. So that's one thing going for meta diversity. On the other hand, Dragonic Resonance, of course, being a deck with inbuilt spell and trap removal, sounds almost oppressive. Though we did lose the last game. Alright, we are up against the one and only General Study, and we are going first. And it is such a good thing we are going first, as look at this hand. It's just the perfect Rush Duel hand. Set 5 and pass. We'll go like this and send it over. We have our Widespread Ruin and a Dragonic Pressure. Unless they bring out something like Dragius, we probably will choose not to use Widespread Ruin just yet. That is, unless they reveal themselves to be on Resonance. Against Resonance, we're going to use the Trap card as early as possible because we want to get value out of it. If they are on the Ancient Arise deck, we can hold onto it for when it actually matters. So it comes down to what monsters we see them summon. Alright, they start by setting a card. No info there. It could be either one. Dragorite, still no info. And this is probably a pure dragon deck. It looks like we might have another opponent who forgot how Triad Drago works. I need to control a level 7 monster for them to draw the card. So many people do not read the... Oh, but they do have the Dragonic Slayer, unfortunately. Now we play a 50-50 guessing game. Will they manage to destroy my trap card? They whiff, and I am absolutely popping it right away. We need to Widespread Ruin that guy to the next dimension. Because if we don't, Dragonic Slayer will come back and take it out. We draw some interesting cards here. Let's start with Sports Dragon Pitcher. And tribute these 2 off for a Slayer. Then we are going to go ahead and bring out the Bunker Strike as well. We are going to activate Bunker Strike's effect. And we are just digging for Sports Dragons. That's all we really care about. Oh, we already have Bolt, so actually no reason to use the effect. Let's make sure we activate Dragonic Slayer to destroy that face-down card. Perfect. We destroyed their Widespread Ruin, and they were unable to destroy ours. That is a death sentence. I would be shocked if they managed to win this one. Especially given we have Dragonic Pressure set up for later. We end turn. And they are at 1900. Unless they pop our Dragonic Pressure, it's really unlikely for them to be able to win. And they just scoop it up. Let's go ahead into the next game. Bum, bum, ba, 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 da, bum. Alright, looks like we are up first again. Let's see what we draw. And we find a Sports Dragon. Looking like a pretty good opening hand. However, we do have 2 level 7s, which can be a little bit suspicious. We might go ahead and just set the Bunker Strike. And we'll save Slayer for later. Of course, keeping Bunker Strike in hand is a really fine play, as you can always protect yourself. As long as you get 1 tribute monster out, you can Bunker Strike the rest of the tribute monsters away. A beetle comes out, and that is probably going to be over the Bunker Strike. But that also means they are going to have absolutely no aggression. And that means we are keeping our other monster. They keep 2 monsters in hand. It's quite possible they have 2 copies of a card like Dragius ready to pounce. We have 4 low levels, so we can Phoenix Dragon and get the 2 tribute play. Let's go ahead and send Triad Dragon to the graveyard, reviving Bunker Strike. Then we tribute these 2 off, and we can use Bunker Strike to mill a card. We're looking for Dragonic Pressure and a Sports Dragon Slugger. We're looking for a pitcher. Activate Bunker Strike. We milled Pressure, unfortunately. So let's just go ahead and send a card to the bottom of the deck. We do already have 2 Sluggers in the graveyard, so we can get rid of the 3rd one. It provides no additional value. Then we set 2 monsters, and we will tribute them off for Dragonic Slayer. Unfortunately, I am pretty sure my opponent has a Dragius, or 2 of them even, in their hand. So the odds of my board sticking around are pretty slim. However, we are going to at least manage to destroy their Phantom Bind. Quite happy to see that one going away, as it can prove a thorn in the side of this deck if left unchecked. We swing in for 2800 and pass turn. And what do we have? We do have a Slugger set up, so a pitcher is live. Unfortunately, we did mill one of our pressures. So I think there's just 1 more in the deck, as I replace the 3rd copy with the Widespread of Ruin. We do see, of course, Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, which is just what I was expecting. Oh, they even have a Black Dragon's Chick and a Red Eyes. They're going to get a huge push in out of nowhere. I absolutely was not expecting that. I thought the Dragius alone was going to be what I had to deal with. But 2 of these is pretty tough, especially since we lost that Dragonic Pressure that could have cleared the board for us. Let's draw for turn and see what we get. Widespread of Ruin is definitely a sight for sore eyes. Gravity Press Dragon is able to beat over the Dragius, which I think is definitely the play we need to go for. Let's summon out Pitcher and activate the effect. Bringing out Slugger, and then we just set the Twin Edge, and we summon Gravity Press Dragon. We needed the extra card in hand in order to use Gravity Press Dragon's effect. I am glad I did not forget about it. Next, let's Dragonic Resonance and boost our monster up to 2000 attack. Enter the battle phase and swing into Dragius, inflicting 200 points of damage. Interestingly, if this Ruin was a pressure, I'm pretty sure we would have won, as we could have made the Gravity Press Dragon play and hit them for 2,000. Oh wait, that only would have been 2,000 direct damage. They would have survived with 100 life points. Oh, but they destroy my widespread ruin with a well-timed hammer crush. Alright, thank you for your time, Rafflesia. Hope you enjoyed what you got from the stream. Alright, they set 2 monsters, but they have a Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. This deck is running a lot of different engines, but it's working out for them. I take a ton of damage, and let's see if we are able to come around. I draw for turn. Interesting. We do have a Triad Drago. But how do I capitalize on that? I'm gonna need another high-level monster, so let's start by summoning a Phoenix Dragon and cycling away for... I would have loved Dragius here. But I don't see it. I think we bring out the pitcher, and then we do the search for it first. Let's go ahead, tribute 2 for Bunker Strike. Then we cycle. We don't find Dragius, so we can put the other cards on the bottom of the deck. 1 and 2. Then we Phoenix Dragon. We discard this one. And we add in, and we could go for Gravity Press. But no, I think this is right. Because we don't want to leave a low attack monster on the board. We summon the Triad Drago, and now we activate the effect. We tribute summon Dragonic Slayer. And we set a Sports Dragon pitcher afterwards. Let's go ahead, set Sports Dragon pitcher, and activate the Dragonic Resonance skill, boosting both of our monsters to 2,800. Swing in 1. And swing in 2. There is a pretty good point that I could have gotten a second Bunker Strike instead of the Dragonic Slayer and potentially searched my deck for a better draw. As any monster with... Or they only had a 900 attack. I returned a Twin Edge to the bottom of my deck. If I put that on top and then Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, and then Triad Dragoed into it, I would have won the game. So I definitely made a huge mistake. We see Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja coming out and boosting to 3,400. That is 1,100 damage. My Dragonic Slayer is destroyed. And now it's my turn. I draw, and what do we find? We need a way to guarantee we destroy Spice. Oh, but they could have a big Phantom Bind. If I Dragonic Pressure, I can discard 1, 2, 3, bring back a monster, and drag it right in, but that leaves me very vulnerable. I also have way too many dragons in the graveyard. I think I need to go for it this way. Let's lower Spice as much as we can. And then 2,800. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We have 19 in the graveyard. Have they used Widespread Ruin? No. I think I do this, and then I can't put any more dragons in the graveyard. I have to just go for it like this, as if we get a direct attack in, we win. But I think we said something like 19 dragons are in the graveyard, so there's nothing I can do. Phantom Bind is going to close out the game. Oh, King's Majesty negates the attack. That is fine, as we are able to survive, swing in with Gravity Fest Dragon, and close it with Dragorite. With 3 cards left in the deck, that was an incredibly close battle. Wow. I will definitely send them a nice. And save that replay. I don't remember all of the other games exactly, so we're going to save those as well to make sure we have some things to choose between when I make a video over the Dragon deck. We have a nice little win streak going, so once we lose, we will switch back over to the original deck we were playing, the Aqua version of the Ancient Arise Dragon skill. And we are in another Luke mirror. Here comes Koaji. And it looks like this time they are going first. We have an okay hand for responding to defense position boards, but if they have the Widespread Ruin, things become a lot worse very quickly. Alright, setting 2 monsters, 3 monsters, that part's all expected, and we draw. We get a Bunker Strike, which is fine, as this means we can now hedge our bets and try to find another low-level monster to summon. Not quite as good as Dragius plus a low level, but it is acceptable. We are getting to keep 2 of these cards, but we mill the Widespread of Ruin. That's terrible. That's so rough. I think we do want these cards on top of the deck. So we'll take Dragius, Slayer, and Winged Dragon next turn. And for now, we are going to set the Sports Dragon pitcher and the pressure and just take out one of the defense position monsters. What an unfortunate mill. Confirming to them that we don't have a relevant trap card set. While they're taking their turn, I am going to respond to a couple of DMs I've gotten. And it looks like they have a Dragonic Slayer ready to pop my face down anyway. Ultimately, I guess it did not matter. Dragius plus Slayer is an incredible field that I just unfortunately was not able to beat. This is once again one of those times where it feels like going first would have been a lot better. Alright, so we take that, and then we're going to take another 4,400. It goes to our turn. And unfortunately, they did pop our pressure. We know we're drawing a bunch of high levels. So not much we can do here. I think we have to basically just go for the pressure and bring out Dragius. So 1, 2, 3. Special summon, pitcher summon Slugger, and then Dragius onto the board. We'll swing in for 2,500, but it's a bit too late for a real comeback. Unless they draw all low-level monsters, in which case we do still have a chance. We do see the sports dragons, so they are going to go ahead and tribute summon out a piercing dragon bunker strike. That's already enough. With any low level to end the game, just activate Dragonic Resonance, but no, they insist on using the Triad Drago to draw first. And here comes a Dragonic Slayer. This was a rough mirror match, but they got it. They played well. I think they deserved the win. I don't think they didn't do anything crazy like swing with Triad Drago into defense position monsters. So let's switch over to the Ancient Arise Dragon deck. But I guess I will clear the... No, I was considering doing one round of the concert NPC, but there's not really a reason. I already have plenty of copies of all of those cards. Oh, wait, no, we are still playing Luke, so we will go to... the Aqua version. It is past midnight, and I'm sure we've played at least 3 games, so we will claim the microphones from over here. Oh, and it looks like we finished a weekly mission as well. That was probably to activate trap cards, so I'm going to go ahead and go grab a card trader card as well, so we can get the 10 gems. Card trader should be... Oh, I bet the event card trader counts, so let's go here. We have plenty of orbs. We'll just grab a Hitotsu Me Giant. Then we claim our weekly quest gems. Bum bum bada bum. So my win record with Dragonic Resonance I think was pretty close to 50-50, but I still felt like the deck was strong. I think the games came down to other factors rather than the deck's strength on a theoretical level. Let's go ahead and queue into another round, this time with Ancient Forces. We are up against Yuga, and they are with the Kaizo playmat. Alright, we are up first, which is nice. We have a Seahorse Carrier. So do we want to actually summon our monsters? Ultimately, I think the answer is no. Even though we can, I think it's better to give up on the Seahorse Carriers for this game and just set our field normally. We do have at least one monster with decent defense though, so if they don't swing into it with a high-level monster, they won't be able to clear it. They start by setting 3... Oh, okay. Interesting. This has suddenly become an interesting navigational position. What we're gonna do next turn is, assuming our clear ice is alive, by boosting it up to 2600, we can ensure Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius does not die to a widespread of ruin. Oh, but will they attack? No, they don't hit it. They forget where the tribute set monster was. So we draw for turn, and that is interesting. I would love to play down a bunch of speedy performers to boost Dragius to incredible levels. But the way that my field is looking, I'm not sure that's going to be happening. We flip Clear Ice Dragon for sure, and we want to activate the skill. But now we do actually have an interesting decision to make. Do we go for the Ancient Arise Dragon or not? Oh, I could have actually used one Speedy Performer. Oh, I misplayed. but it's fine, I suppose. Ancient Arise Dragon comes out. Then, oh, I could have used that one too. I keep misplaying, even though I just said it. I would like to return cards from the graveyard to the deck, so 1 and 2 get shuffled back in, and we will be destroying Seven's Road Magician. This protects us from any wacky plays like the Barrier. Let's bring out Dragius and see if we can swing in for 5,500. So theoretically, this could have been game if they had no back row and both speedy performers boosted Ancient Arise Dragon by an additional 800 points. They have a copy of the Barrier, recycling their Seven's Road Magician. And then we swing in with Ancient Arise for 3,000, leaving them at 900. So we'll see how this goes. I think we do have a pretty good shot to win this, given the huge life point lead. But there are no guarantees. I can always draw a bunch of high-level monsters on my next turn. We did just shuffle back 2, for example. Or we could just never find a high level again. Monster Reincarnation. That is interesting. I thought it would have been a different card because they didn't keep their Seven's Road Magician in the graveyard. Currybot acting as another low level is fine. But clearly they don't have anything for it. They set 2, but will they tribute summon? That is the question. Oh, here comes a Dragius. Interesting. They can clear my Ancient Arise Dragon, and if they have a okay, so I can get an Ancient Arise, and that sounds really good. Yeah, we win. For sure. Activate Phoenix Dragon's effect, ditch the Recital, return Ancient Arise to the hand, normal summon, then we need to bring out Clear Ice and Burning Dragon, activate the skill, boost it up, oh, and they go ahead and concede, because they know we have the other monster. Alright, so that is 1 game down. We've been streaming for a little bit over 2 hours at this point, so after the next game, we are going to take a water break. So just be prepared for that, and it'll be a good time to get some snacks, etc. So we'll do that after this next round. Alright, let's see what we draw. An interesting turn 1 hand. We have the option to summon those Clear Ice Dragons in attack mode, but I don't see a point. Setting them should be better, though it does mean we aren't getting a Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard. Unfortunately, a Dragius is still pretty devastating to this board state, as is just about anything the Dragonic Resonance deck can muster. We'll see how it goes. Against a non-Luke player, I think 2 1600 defense monsters is generally pretty strong. But against Luke specifically, it probably doesn't do all too much, as they can just boost all of their monsters to be above, like 1800 pretty easily. They set 2 and summon 1, which is definitely an odd choice if they aren't going to tribute off the 2 set monsters for something else. Here comes a Dragius, of course, but they aren't able to use Dragonic Resonance, which is great for us, as Music Princess's Recital will keep us alive. Oh, and they actually swing with that monster first, meaning they even take a little bit of damage for their troubles. Dragius pops 1, and then they attempt to pop the other, but we are able to stop the attack. and they choose not to attack with the Twin-Edged Dragon, fearing another Clear Ice Dragon. We have a Seahorse Carrier, but that doesn't sound that good to me right now. Let's flip Clear Ice Dragon here for sure. Activate the skill. Boost this one up a little bit. Then send a card to the graveyard. It will be a Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we can Speedy Performer. Speedy Performer can activate the effect, milling a card to boost Clear Ice Dragon even further. Then Speedy Performer does not want to stick around. It is speedy after all. So we Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we summon Phoenix Dragon and activate the effect. We discard Grace Princess Kana and get back a second Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we can tribute summon again, and we have a field of 3 high-level monsters. And we are going to be able to clear out the opponent's board while keeping a set-up Seahorse Carrier for later. Ultimately, a pretty good board. It is definitely beatable if they get a Phoenix Dragon of their own, or a Sports Dragon, etc. But we deal some solid damage and are going to force possibly make some concessions on the next turn. Triad Drago, unfortunately for them, all of my monsters are level 6, meaning Triad Drago is not going to be able to activate the effect, which is always a great thing to see. They set a monster, but surely are going to be tributing both of these cards off for a high level. We haven't seen any Bunker Strikes yet, so it would be my guess. Instead, it's a Dragonic Slayer, here to pop the spell and trap cards I do not have. Interestingly, we did actually use one. Oh, but here comes Dragonic Resonance. Oh, it's Gravity Fest Dragon, so they are going to have to leave one of my monsters on board. Looks like they had a slightly suboptimal hand here. Interesting. I wonder which monster they choose to keep. Probably the Clear Ice Dragon. Though I didn't think about it, I should have actually definitely used it last turn to shuffle those Sports Dragon pictures away. If I get the chance, I will do it this time. Perfect. It's my move now, so let's draw. And we get 2 copies of Ancient Arise Dragon. First, we activate Clear Ice Dragon. We are going to return Phoenix Dragon to the deck. Oh, we are stuck waiting for a response. With 2 Ancient Arise Dragon, we should definitely win the game this turn. We are able to pop both of those monsters, and just swing in for 6,000. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Yep, there they go. Their connection failed. Alright, so it is now time for a quick water/snack break. Go to the bathroom if you need to. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with more gameplay with Ancient Arise Dragons. And we are back. Let's go ahead and hop right into a rush duel. Alright, so looks like Spryzen is up first. Our hand has 3 1-tribute monsters and a Phoenix Dragon. As long as we draw a low level, the hand is serviceable. Otherwise, we're probably just rapidly setting monsters over each other. And it's a multi-strike dragon, Dragius. Let's go ahead and bring out Burning Blaze Dragon, and we'll use this as a chance to get another tribute monster out of the deck. Activate the skill, Ancient Forces, boosting up Burning Blaze Dragon to 2800, and then sending a another Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Then we set Burning Blaze Dragon over Burning Blaze Dragon, and we set Clear Ice Dragon as well. I don't think leaving an 1800 attack point monster on the board is worth taking out one defense position monster. This is ultimately the best we can do. Umegumi the Ruler Squad is unfortunately a strong enough monster to take out my set. And they have 2 sets now of their own. They do try to swing in with Celtic Guardian, but they get punished for it. So we don't take as much damage as we otherwise could have. Now we draw a bunch of low levels as expected. Currybot and a La Moon, I guess. And then we tribute them off for Dragius. Dragius can activate the effect and mill a card. And then we are just stuck setting in the monsters once again. Oh, and we lose another Phoenix Dragon. I guess we start by swinging into Celtic Guardian. And we do have 9 in the graveyard. Widespread Ruin, and that's probably game. Bricks happen, so nothing to get mad about. He'll set a new card, and this time presumably swing in for a little bit more damage than previously. This time they are going to successfully hit directly for 1700, but they didn't summon any high-level monsters, so their hand might not be very good. We have a monster reincarnation, which sounds fantastic. Let's Seahorse Carrier, grab another monster. Set this one, monster reincarnation. This time we are going to discard a La Moon to grab the multi-strike dragon Dragius. We set Speedy Performer and La Moon, and then multi-strike dragon Dragius comes out. It is theoretically possible to buff the La Moon with the Speedy Performer and then keep it around in attack position, but that seems needlessly reckless. Of course, we mill a Widespread Ruin, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 dragons in the graveyard. Okay, that's not enough for a Phantom Bind to make a difference. Dark Ruler Battle Slash, but luckily they are not going to be able to beat us with that. Then we swing into Celtic Guardian and pass turn there. We have 1 Music Princess's Recital. Hopefully that is enough to help us get through the turn. We are starting to run out of cards in our deck though. Down to just 13, and it's going to be 8 after this next one. Kime Ruler comes forward, and that's going to be 2,000 points of direct damage, or sorry, 2,500 points of direct damage here. Plus a Piercing Samurai. Oh no. This is looking lethal. 2 Kime Rulers is 5,000 direct damage out of nowhere. The Pure Warrior deck gets a sneaky win. Nice job, Gokto. I will definitely send them a nice for that one. What an incredible sequence of events. I'm pretty sure the Kime Ruler they got back was actually just milled off of the first Kime Ruler. Truly an anime moment. We are against Roa Cassidy themselves. If they are playing anything but Royal Rebels, I will be shocked. We open with definitely a suboptimal turn 1 hand. Oh, but they immediately concede. I guess they didn't want to deal with whatever it was I was cooking. They're probably just tired of playing against Luke, would be my guess. They said, hey, I've hit King of Games. If I see any dirty Dragonic Resonance players or Ancient Arise players, I'm getting out of here. This is an interesting turn 1 field. I think it's fine to go like this, and we keep Phoenix Dragon around for later. There's a small chance they won't be able to clear our field, as if they have their big monster attack the wrong one, then we probably sneak by. It looks like we are playing a pure aggro deck with the Aqua Engine. Gazelle and Seahorse Carrier, surely ready to be tributed off, and it is Dion Keto, the Boogie Master. This might be a Boogie Master draw themed deck, but more likely is the Cure Master Dion Keto. We see 2 face down cards, so they clear out my Clear Ice Dragon, but are not able to clear anything else, which is great news for us. We can flip over a Phoenix Dragon and activate the effect. Then we send Kana to the graveyard to get Clear Ice Dragon back. Let's go ahead and bring out Clear Ice Dragon. And we can activate the skill, but we can activate Clear Ice Dragon, but there's no reason to do so. So next is going to be Seahorse Carrier. No, that was not supposed to be summoned. I'm leaving myself open to way too big of an attack here. But I am using Ancient Forces and boosting this monster. Then sending a card to the graveyard. And it's going to be a Burning Blaze Dragon. I should have summoned the Burning Blaze Dragon first, as my plan here was to use Speedy Performer to prevent a barrier from causing mayhem. I am still going to make the play, but now I lose pretty hard to a Recital or a Widespread Ruin. But it looks like they don't actually have any trap card, so we are going to get in for a solid push. Of course, this is still a suboptimal board, but we do have the Music Princess's Recital to help us out. I think it should be unlikely for them to be able to one-shot me. And that's all I need, as I already have a Seahorse Carrier set up. Unfortunately, the Ghost Cyclone is giving them that big +1 and destroying my trap. This could turn into a difficult situation quite quickly. Seahorse Carrier is live, but But we're going to need to draw the right combination of cards to make a counter push. Let's see what they get. A bubbly elf. Interesting, that is a very dedicated aqua engine. But given that they have Gazelle, they aren't running the skills we might expect. Alright, Dion Kettle the Boogie Master coming down. This might be... Oh, and a Speedy Performer themselves. Interesting. And it is Disco Fever. Disco Fever's restriction is only on level 7 or higher monsters. So they are going to clear out my board. I wonder if they'll do the Speedy Performer crash or not. And they do. They also set a new card face down, which terrifies me. I think we are basically just trying to find a Ancient Arise Dragon. We unfortunately do not get that lucky, but we do get a good enough hand. Seahorse Carrier is going to revive a Grace Princess Kana. Then we summon out 2 more monsters, and we contribute them all off. First up is Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. 1 and 2. And then 1 more, Burning Blaze Dragon. By activating the skill, we have protection against widespread ruin. We send a card to the graveyard, and then we mill 1 with Dragius to enable it to attack twice. If they don't have anything, we should be able to win. But if they do have something, it's still taking a lot of damage. Let's see what they pop. They are thinking about it. It is a Phantom Bind, and that was enough to stop our Burning Blaze Dragon. I think we just pass here because we want to keep a monster on board for protection, especially given we have the Recital.
You are now listening to Strawberry Station.
Let's see what they draw. They are going to need... Oh, they do have the Boogie Master, or the Disco Fever. So if they get another Boogie Master, they do easily clear my board. And, of course, the tribute summons are going to be cards like Torna and Gravity Press that also accomplish the same thing. This is starting to look a little bit dangerous for us, but we should still be doing okay. Disco Fever activates and boosts Dion Kettle to 3200. But we take no damage as we have our protection in Music Princess's Recital. It doesn't matter what they attack with first, as we are able to negate the attack. Unfortunately, oh, I guess we do actually still have a Widespread Ruin in our deck somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. No, but we do find 2 Ancient Arise Dragons, which is honestly more than I could have asked for. We can now pop both of their monsters. Let's summon Ancient Arise Dragon number 1. Tributing off 2 copies of Currybot. I would like to return the cards to the deck, please. And we will destroy Dion Kettle. Then Speedy Performer comes out and boosts Ancient Arise Dragon even further. This is hedging against Phantom Binds. Unfortunately, we do mill the Widespread Ruin. But it's not over yet. Here comes the second Ancient Arise Dragon, who is also able to activate its effect and destroy Torna the Windweaver. Okay, very funny. We mill Monster Reincarnation, our other legend card. Let's go ahead and proceed to the battle phase. We only need 1 of these attacks to land to finish the game. And Mimi goes down. I'll send them over a nice... Oh, and it looks like they sent a nice as well. That was kind of them. Alright, up against another Gokto. They did defeat us last time, so it is our chance for revenge. An interesting turn one hand. I think we keep the Ancient Arise Dragon and set the other ones face down. And we'll see how they deal with it. With both Burning Blaze Dragon and Clear Ice Dragon on the field, as long as we draw some low-level monsters next turn, Ancient Arise Dragon's effect will be live. Coming out first is La Moon, indicating they are on the Aqua Engine. And with Umegumi the Ruler Squad, we are almost certain they are playing Dark Arts of Celerity. They set 2 more monsters and are playing it pretty safe. Interesting. They managed to take out my Burning Blaze Dragon. And now it's our turn. We draw more low levels. Interesting. Let's flip over Clear Ice Dragon. Activate the skill. Select this one. Then we will send a card to the graveyard. And it's going to be the other Clear Ice Dragon. Then we summon 2 Set La Moons. And an Ancient Arise Dragon. We could shuffle monsters back into the deck and destroy the Umegumi, but it actually seems like the wrong play. Instead, I'd rather keep my Ancient Arise Dragon on the field so we aren't even going to use its effect to boost it to 3000. We give up on 400 damage here to have a safe push. And we get rid of a Seahorse Carrier. It wouldn't have been able to use the effect, so keeping it around would have been fine. I do wonder what the other option was. We also have a Music Princess's Recital, but not for long, as Hammer Crush is going to give up a low-level monster to destroy it. I would definitely expect that to mean we are seeing a high-level monster come out, especially if there is an attack position. Masaki. Let's see what they go for. It is Yami Ruler himself. Fortunately, we have a ton of outs to this delay directive. If their last card is not Nandes, and it is, the final card is Nandes specifically to switch that Yami Ruler back to attack. How unfortunate. However, it still isn't enough. They destroy Ancient Arise Dragon, but Nandes is not able to defeat Clear Ice. It's our turn now, and we have a Widespread Ruin. That is great. We see 1 and 2 in the graveyard. So, I've got some plans. Oh, but I don't have any level 5 or lower dragons. I can't use Clear Ice because this Phoenix Dragon is not discarded. Well, for now, I think it's time to use Ancient Forces to buff up Clear Ice Dragon. And we will be sending a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. We don't have any more monsters that can attack, so it's in our best interest to set a couple of monsters. We don't have Currybot, so we want to get him in the graveyard, and we set this one. Dark Ruler Battle Slash is probably going to destroy our card, unfortunately, but I'm at least hedging my bets against a barrier. Unfortunately, Widespread Ruin just takes out our Clear Ice Dragon, but I kind of prefer the Widespread Ruin here to a Dark Ruler Battle Slash, as keeping my own Widespread Ruin ready to go is great. But they have another Hammer Crush. They are getting pretty lucky with these Spell and Trap removals. Though that does take away 2 of their cards. So it's not all sunshine and roses for them. We see them recycle a La Moon, so they're probably going to summon out a 2 tribute monster. But I don't know what the final card is for. In comes Kime Ruler, able to deal 2500. And I'm expecting, oh, just a set. What could that final card be? I guess it's another high level that they're not able to bring out. Oh, they don't even choose to attack directly. which means it's time for Ancient Arise Dragon to take the stage. We have Currybot, so let's go ahead and use its effect. We're gonna need as many cards as we can get for this turn. Currybot comes down, and next is Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. Now we activate the effect, and we will return cards to the deck. We shuffle in one of each. Oh wait, but there's nothing I can actually destroy because they have so much defense. That is fine. Do we have another Ancient Arise? We do. So we can Speedy Performer. Activate the effect. Boost Ancient Arise even further. Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect one more time. And then we get Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we can summon it out as well. And even though we aren't popping any monsters, we are going to at least be able to clear both of the opponent's cards. Let's swing in 1 and 2. We're pretty sure the final set card is just a Lamoon the Party Princess, so not worth attacking into. End turn, and we are starting to run out of cards in deck. We do still have a Dragius remaining, alongside another Ancient Arise Dragon, but those are our final big bosses. Due to the Hammer Crushes, we lost out on our main Widespread Ruin. Okay, here comes a Yami Ruler. Do they activate Delay Directive again? And they have non-death, so absolutely they are going to. However, this is still only able to clear one Ancient Arise Dragon, unless they have a second high level. Oh, Umegumi is going to do it. By switching my monster to defense mode with the skill, they will be able to clear both monsters and get in for 1700. This is because Umegumi is going to lower its defense below 1200. It is a perfectly calculated interaction. They choose this one. Interesting. I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference. Alright, now it is my move, and I am under the delay directive. I draw an Ancient Arise Dragon, but I'm not going to really be able to make use of it. I can clear Ice Dragon at the least, or I could just wait a turn. And then what? And then we just try to get in there with huge monsters. So I definitely Currybot. Let's go ahead and use the effect, get another Currybot back. And then I'm setting this and this. Then the question is, do I set Clear Ice, or do I go in, clear the monster, and deal my 100 damage? I guess it's worth it. Let's just go in and deal a little bit of damage on the side. Ancient Forces, boosting up Clear Ice Dragon. And I would like to send Burning Blaze to the discard pile. I can also use the effect here to shuffle a couple of cards away, kind of try to brick them on low levels. So let's use Clear Ice, return a Phoenix Dragon to our own deck, so hopefully we aren't decking out. Oh, and then we can return both Currybots. Seems like a good plan. Enter the battle phase, and what do we take out? I think it's gotta be Yami Ruler. There is an argument for setting that Clear Ice Dragon, though. So, if we die this turn, it's definitely my fault. We see a Yami Ruler, part 3. And are they going to once again have the non-death for it? Okay, it doesn't look like it. Oh, but if they have a Kime ruler, how much danger am I in? That'd be 25 plus 9. Oh wait, but they won't get the 900 because of the delay directive. Okay, they swing in. And I am tribute locked once again. I will set recital. And then do I just pass? No, I think I set the curry bot. How many Kime rulers have they played? 2. And they have another Hammer Crush? Okay, so that means setting the curry bot was the right play, as otherwise I would have taken 2500 and died. Well, I could have set the Speedy Performer instead, and then I would have had the 2 but they only have 2 cards left in deck, so they concede it. What an incredibly close game. I feel like they had a chance to win still, as I was definitely running out of high-level or low-level monsters. Oh, and we find another game immediately. We're probably going to play a few more games today and end it at around the 3-hour mark. Alright, we are up first. But we are not looking at a very powerful opening hand. We will go ahead and tribute our lone monster to get a set. And we have Music Princess's Recital. So they are going to need 2 high-level monsters if they want to beat over it. But with a Yuga deck, if it's 7's XL Road, they have a pretty good shot of being able to do so. However, they go for a set 4 and a set 5. This is dangerous in its own way, as cards like Widespread Ruin could come out of the woodwork at any time. And we, once again, only draw 1 low-level monster. And I don't think I need to explain why that's an issue. We will do what we can to hedge against Widespread Ruin. We will send a card to the graveyard in the other clear ice. And then I think we just tribute Burning Blaze for Burning Blaze. This will get a tribute monster out of our hand, which is progress. And I'm pretty sure we do have a La Moon set up, so if we draw a Seahorse Carrier next turn, we do still have plays. Let's swing in over here. And they don't have any cards they can activate. Oh, but now they can. I wonder why. It didn't seem like the first time they had an option. Okay, Magician Shuffle coming in. Going to get them a 2500 Dark Magician Girl. That is able to be one of the monsters, but they are going to need more. If they want to be able to take out both of my monsters, they will need more cards. Oh, they actually discard the Dark Magician Girl. They might have a face-down Dark Magic attack, which is quite an interesting concept. I might be losing my Music Princess's Recital. And then let's see if they have a way to get over both monsters or not. They do have 3 cards, so another high-level monster could definitely be coming out. Oh, they immediately tribute Dark Magician for a Dark Magician Girl. But that doesn't sound great. That doesn't really change the math too much. They might be bricked. Okay, they set a monster. I would have definitely summoned it alongside Dark Magician instead of tributing over. But I'm totally fine with this. It's my move, and I do draw pretty well. Let's activate Seahorse Carrier. and grab a new monster. We'll take La Moon, the party princess, and we definitely want to get Currybot into the graveyard as soon as possible. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius coming down. Oh, but should I even? Ancient Arise Dragon coming down. Then we activate the skill. Ancient Forces, boosting this to 2600, and sending a Burning Blaze to the graveyard. We activate the next effect, and we do not return cards. Then we summon La Moon. And here's the thought process. If they have a Widespread Ruin, they can destroy Ancient Arise Dragon, and then Dragius would be forced to crash. However, with this field, even if they have a Widespread Ruin, we are able to essentially, oh, wait a second, check this out. I activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect. By putting Phoenix Dragon back in, I am able to get the Dark Magician out of their graveyard. I don't know what all of the Psychics are for, though. So let's go ahead and shuffle those away. This is going to reduce Dark Magician Girl down to just 2,000. And now I do feel comfortable bringing out Dragius. If I had thought about this a little bit sooner, I wouldn't have needed to set this Grace Princess Kana. I could have had another attacker on board. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. And now we attempt to swing. We do have a few dragons in the graveyard, so just to make sure we're not running into any phantom binds, I'm swinging in with Ancient Arise Dragon. We know the trap is something they can activate. It was not a Music Princess's recital. The barrier coming out. But surely their defense monster does not have any, does not have over 2,000 defense. We still swing in and pass turn. This is a pretty strong field, so we should be able to win this one, barring anything crazy. Alright, they set 5 cards. A pretty powerful play. And we have a second Ancient Arise Dragon. Not really something I want to activate, though. We are going to mill just to protect Dragius from any rampant, fraudulent, widespread ruins. But other than that, it is time for the battle phase. We are just swinging in. Swing 1, swing 2, and swing 3. And then we pass. Our deck is down to just 9 cards, and they have plenty more than I do. So, will we be able to win this, or are we going to deck out? Magician Shuffle looks like it's being activated one more time. Dark Magician Girl revealing a Dark Magician. And do they have another Dark Magic attack? Or will they send Dark Magician to the graveyard? Once again, Dark Magician Girl is getting milled. It looks like my Widespread Ruin is going to get popped. They summon out Doriato. Then, looks like Gazelle. Gazelle might stay on the field if they summon a 3rd attack position monster, but nope, Dark Magician coming out right away. Revealing Dark Magic attack to destroy Widespread Ruin. They get another 2 more face downs. And they can inflict 100 points of damage to Ancient Arise. I draw for turn. And it is worth noting, Ancient Arise Dragon is not able to beat Dark Magician with its effect. I can Phoenix Dragon now, though, and that'll help me get some extra cards capable of dealing with my opponent's board. Phoenix Dragon, activate, discard Grace Princess, grab myself a Burning Blaze Dragon. Summon out Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Then set the Currybot, and Burning Blaze Dragon comes out. By activating the skill, I'm able to boost this monster up to 2,800. But for extra insurance, I am going to use Ancient Arise Dragon here. And then I'm going to return the cards to the deck just so that I am not decking out. I'm back up to 9 now, which is helpful. Let's go into the battle phase and swing with Ancient Arise Dragon. If they have the barrier, Ancient Arise Dragon can stop it. Or can get through it, I mean. But they do have the Widespread Ruin, unfortunately. And then we swing here. Oh, and now they can barrier me. Whereas if I had done it in the... No, they could have done it in either order. Okay. Unfortunate. But we just passed turn here. Still 5,100 with only 2 monsters on the board would be pretty difficult to do, though if they get out a 7-zone Magician, which we have not seen yet this game, they definitely could lethal me here. They would just need a Dark Magician Girl, a 7-sword Magician, and some other big monster. Here comes Monster Reincarnation. Things could be going very wrong very fast. Pierce, not a card I was expecting. They are running a ton of back row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spell traps are confirmed. Alright, and what do they tribute out? Because I'm not expecting these two to stay on the board, but a Dark Magician Girl is going to be able to swing in for 2,500. Looking pretty rough. Oh, and a second one. That's 5,000 damage and 2 2,500 attack point monsters to defend themselves on the next turn. So we are down to just 100 life points. How do we navigate this? We do have 2 low levels, and that is it. Interesting. We can't summon these. Because if we do, we just lose. If we summon out Ancient Arise, we can't pop one, so then we take the 100 next turn. So I think our only hope is, like, they don't have any more low-level monsters in the deck, which is clearly not going to be the case. So yeah, we just pass, and it's looking like GG. They managed to get us with all of those trap cards. And the well-timed Dark Magic attacks to get rid of some of ours. Oh, Recovery Force, of course. Yeah, our only option was that they have no more low levels, and then somehow, like, they deck out. But they're going to have more cards in deck, and we're on the defensive, so it's not going to happen. We do actually still have 2 Seahorse carriers. We just didn't draw super duper well. Oh, welcome. Kelda Eternal Saver. You have caught us a couple hours in. We are probably ending somewhat soon. I'm gonna play a couple more games though. I would like to switch back over to the Dragonic Resonance, or not Dragonic Resonance, but the Pure Dragon build. So we have the one without the Aqua Engine, and we're gonna see if we can get one more win with it. Here we go. Let's queue up. Looks like we are up against Roa Cassidy. We fought against them earlier and they immediately conceded. So let's see if they play the game out this time. Maybe they just had a really bad turn one hand. Be baby, don't be so... Yep, and they immediately concede once again. I don't know what it is. But that's fine. We can just queue up one more time. Alright, looks like we managed to find an opponent. So let's see if it goes better this time. Looks like we are up against a Yuga. And we have a good hand for going first. Not a great one going second. But if we draw another low level, we can just kind of stall things out for a bit. But we'll have to wait and see what my opponent does. Ba-bum-bum-bum. Oh. Apparently, I never saw a chat message that was sent on YouTube, asking me what I think the most overhyped card in the new mini box is. Don't know if you're still here, Adam, but the answer to that question is probably... I mean, from the Konami angle, it's definitely the Bender Break. That card is not good. It does not deserve to be a UR. I could summon the Clear Ice, but I think I just said it. This seems good enough for me. I don't want to get too aggressive with a pretty lackluster board. I would end up taking way too much damage. However, we are just giving them a full reign to 10 cards to work with, basically. We do have one Sports Dragon set up for Professor, which is nice. But they have the Hammer Crush. We've run into quite a few people running Hammer Crush today. So unfortunately, Dragonic Pressure is not going to resolve. But then that's it. They end their turn. Alright, and now we do have some plays, so we are going to make them. Let's set here and summon out Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. 1 and 2. Yeah, I think the Hammer Crush draw skill is probably the best bet for those generic aggro decks now. It's what I actually used to get King of Games the first season, and that was without any cards to destroy. Let's flip over Clear Ice Dragon, mill a card with Dragius, then activate Ancient Forces. We'll go ahead and boost up Clear Ice Dragon. That's actually the wrong play. But I don't mind all too much. Oh, and we see a Tang the Noodle Ninja, so they might be on the Pyro deck. Oh, that was also a mistake. I could have swung in for 300 more damage this turn if I had played it correctly. So keep in mind, if I'm ever 300 off lethal, it's because I am bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! They set another card, and I'm sure they have 3 more low levels to go alongside it. I'm pretty sure they're running some kind of Pyro deck, but I still don't know what exactly we're working with. Let's go ahead and activate Dragius, then activate the skill, Ancient Forces. This time we are going to do it correctly and boost Burning Blaze Dragon. We will send a card to the graveyard in the remaining Clear Ice Dragon. Battle phase, let's swing in and see what happens. Alright, no resistance there, so 1 swing. then another swing, and are those all spell cards? It's possible that their field is just copies of Noodle Art of Roastery and Hammer Crushers that they're not currently able to activate. Well, King of Games in Rush is slightly different than in Speed Duels because there isn't a platinum rank. I will send them a nice, but that was not a very interesting game, so we are not going to save the replay for it. I do want to see what their spell trap lineup was looking like. Apparently we got a connection error, but luckily it didn't actually boot us out of the game. Has the pure dragon version or the aqua version been feeling better? So, I would say probably the aqua version. However, it is worth noting that I won a bunch of games with the pure aqua version, and then I switched to the dragon version, and ran into like 4 duelists in a row who had turn 1 widespread ruin. So it's not like super conclusive. Okay, so yeah, this die was just running way too many spells and traps. And no high level monsters. How did they King of Games with that? Surely they are just messing around on the ladder. I think both versions of the deck are probably fine, but the Aqua Engine is probably the better one. We can confirm more dragons rigs opponent's hands. Understood. That sounds right. I've also noticed in my Dragonic Resonance games today, there were a lot of just Hammer Crushes and Ghost Cyclones blowing up my Dragonic Pressures. So it didn't feel as free as it usually does. Alright, we are going first, and this is actually a fantastic opening hand. We get both Sports Dragons, setting up pressure, and multiple high defense monsters. Let's see what they have. There's actually a good chance the opponent isn't able to clear all of this. But when we see a Gazelle, they now probably are indeed able to clear all of this. Oh, they aren't. But they do have 2 set cards, which means Widespread of Ruin is fairly likely to come and ruin my day. Of course, I get pretty lucky. Triad Drago does its job blocking off the attack. Sports Dragon Slugger seems fine here. We will tribute these 2. 1 and 2. Ancient Arise Dragon. Attempt to activate the effect. Let's set the other Triad Drago. Toss down a Dragonic Pressure. And blow up their Widespread Ruin nice and early. Oh, they actually don't have it. So once again, we might be going against 2 Hammer Crushes, which is not good news for our Dragonic Pressure, which would otherwise be set up. We do indeed have both Sports Dragons available to us. But if they are on 2 face-down spell cards, and they're on an aggro deck, I can't imagine it being anything but Hammer Crush or Monster Reincarnation. So we'll see if they go ahead and pop our card. They summon out a Harpy Lady, indicating that they are indeed ready to make a tribute summon play. It's a 7-sword magician, capable of easily defeating Ancient Arise Dragon. I don't actually have any trap cards face down, so I do not have anything to stop them. Monster Reincarnation comes out, and they discard a Darkness Crested Hawk. Looks like we might actually be up against a Volt Condor list. Harpy Lady getting set, that's 1400. Interesting. We draw 4 tribute monsters, which sounds kind of like a lot. I could pressure here. Or I could build a board of 2 Burning Blaze Dragons. The issue with the 2 Burning Blaze Dragon build is that it loses to some trap cards. But Widespread of Ruin would be pretty devastating too. Because if I just toss, well, I'll at least have another monster on board. Okay, so we are gonna go for it. Dragonic Pressure. Discard 1, 2, and probably the Ancient Arise. And then we special summon. Pitcher. Bring back the Slugger. Let's bring out the Dragius. This is slightly harder for the opponent to out. For instance, if they bring out their own Dragius, though I think they are a Volt Condor deck. And then we can just set a monster and swing in. Okay, they do have a trap card. Of some variety. They are thinking, so it's probably not Widespread of Ruin. It might be a Phantom Bind, and they're considering reducing the damage. Oh, it's the barrier. Maybe they shuffle back 7-Zone Magician to make themselves more likely to draw it. Interestingly, it's just a Thunder the Thunder. And they had that last turn. No, that is where the monster reincarnation was. And more back row. Okay, as long as we establish a strong board this turn, I think we win. Let's summon Winged Dragon. Flip summon. Though we didn't need to, because we are going to summon a Clear Ice. And then we are hedging against the Widespread Ruin by sending, or by getting this monster to 2600. Dragius will survive even if they have Widespread Ruin. And that means we should be able to win the game. Let's head into the battle phase and attack. They have some trap cards. And it's a Music Princess's Recital. Well, we have to go for the lethal. Swing with Winged Dragon. What are they calculating? It's a barrier. They might be able to actually survive this hit. Is that the Harpy Lady? No, that was from a previous turn. So, sounds like their monster is probably going to survive this. But now we can finally swing in, and they have a 3rd trap card. But our board is pretty strong. Their hand should be pretty bricky. But Ghost Cyclone is going to destroy my pressure, which was a little bit of a win condition. They set more back row, which is what they've been bricking on all game. We know they are running a ton. Widespread of Ruin, that's solid. I could shuffle monsters back into their deck. Oh, and there's a Babysitter Goat, so it's actually definitely worth doing so. Let's go ahead and activate Clear Ice Dragon. We are going to return Triad Drago into the deck. Then we return just the Babysitter Goat. This is so they can't King's Majesty me. Once again, we need to play around Widespread of Ruin by activating Ancient Forces and buffing Clear Ice Dragon. Then we Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius and set Widespread of Ruin before attempting once again to go for game. They have another trap card, and this time it is Phantom Bind, reducing my monster down to 1200. 2600, we attempt to swing in. And they have yet another card. Oh, but we actually get through. Here comes Winged Dragon for 1400. And they are down to just 800 life points. I think they have a barrier face down, as that's something they could activate, and a Hammer Crush deal coming in. Hammer Crush, of course, going to destroy my Widespread Ruin. And then what? They discarded a Ghost Cyclone for that. Alright, and now they set even more monsters. I draw for turn. I could Dragonic Pressure. I discard 1, 2, 3. That doesn't seem correct, though. So let's just do it one more time. Ancient Forces. Boost this. Activate Dragius. Battle Phase. 1. Alright, and they have something. Let's see what they pull out. It's another Phantom Bind. Stopping my attack. Harpy Lady, not a huge threat. So we are going to swing into this. Oh, and it is the Babysitter Goat. We may have just turned on King's Majesty. Let's go ahead and pass turn. Mystic Dealer, looks like they are getting ready to finally make a big play, which is bad for us. If they're on a Volt Condor list, we might be losing a ton of life points. We do know they are on Hammer Crush Deal, so there is at least something going for us. Yami Ruler coming out. Delay Directive. Setting a card and ending turn. We can clear Ice Dragon, just preventing ourselves from decking out a little bit. We will return, once again, Babysitter Goat into their deck. And now let's consider Dragonic Pressure again. We discard 3 cards. And then we get 2 pretty big... We get 2 monsters that are at least big enough to deal with the remaining life points. So, is that good enough? I think so. We're gonna do it. Let's Dragonic Pressure. Send 1, 2, 3. We will bring back Phoenix Dragon. Activate Phoenix Dragon's effect. We get a Clear Ice Dragon again. And this is going to let us use Clear Ice a second time. So we aren't decking out if they do somehow stop this. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Return a Phoenix Dragon into the deck. And we will just give them stock, since I don't think that does very much. Then we summon Dragorite, and we are going to boost our monster to 2600. Alright, let's enter the battle phase and see if we are able to do it. They have more trap cards. And this time it is a Widespread Ruin here to stop our attack. We swing in with Dragorite next. And Phantom Find is going to bring it all the way down to 0, I'm pretty sure. We have no choice but to pass turn again. Mystic Dealer, and now they have a pretty good chance to actually stop us. With 2 low levels, they could be summoning out a big boss monster. Here comes a Dragius. And more traps. Alrighty, let's see if we can do it. I draw for turn. Do we know what my last card is? We have how many Ancient Arise Dragons? 3 of those in the graveyard. And Dragius. So it's not going to be a level 7 or higher monster. So we don't want to use the Sports Dragons here, because that would end the game. Phoenix Dragon. We have to push for lethal this turn. So, Phoenix Dragon. Triad Drago. And Dragorite. we activate Phoenix Dragon's effect. We are going to ditch a card and get Ancient Arise. Let's draw our final card. It's another Phoenix Dragon. Tribute 2. 1, 2. Then Ancient Arise Dragon cannot activate the effect because we don't have a card left in deck. Oh no, I messed up so badly. Alright, in that case we have to Phoenix Dragon again. Activate the effect. Send this. Clear Ice Dragon. Normal summon it. Activate Clear Ice's effect, putting a monster back on top of the deck. So now we have a Phoenix Dragon there. We'll return a card to the opponent's deck as well. I guess Darkness Crested Hawk is fine. And now we can Ancient Arise Dragon, mill it. Then we return 2 monsters to the deck. 1, 2. I would like to destroy Dragius. Then we activate the skill. Boost this. I would not like to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. Okay. And now their graveyard. They've used 2 Phantom Binds. They've used all 3 Phantom Binds. So, but we know their monsters tend to have a solid amount of defense. I think we have to go for this. And they have another trap. This time they are able to negate the attack. So we go again. And they have another trap. Oh no. Hopefully this Dragorite does it. It's the barrier. We get in for 1100, which is enough. We did it. We navigated that 40 card deck and somehow won. I absolutely need to save this replay and show it off in the future. Alright, that was a super intense game. I'm considering ending the stream after that one, but I do kind of want to keep playing. I'm having a really good time. I'm not sure we are going to get a better game though. You all definitely got the highlight. So let's see what else we have. Well, maybe we go back to Dragonic Resonance for now. Because that deck was doing a lot worse in my test games than I was expecting. However, that could largely be because of the amount of times we got hit by a random Widespread Ruin. So I really do think Dragonic Resonance should be the best deck in theory. Let's see if we are able to prove it though. I've played so many games with Dragonic Resonance over the last 2 months. It is definitely my main deck in the first format. So I do have a little bit of experience, but I still make misplays. I am not perfect, nor the best in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I'm like good, but I'm not excellent, is how I would say it. Alright, so we are facing Adonis. And they are going first, and we draw 3 tribute monsters. Hopefully our 5th card is a low-level monster. That way we can try to unbrick a little bit. And we draw another Twin Edge. That is good enough for me. Let's go ahead, set 2. And we'll just bring out the Gravity Press Dragons. try to get in for a little bit of damage, or maybe we can at least stop the opponent, or make them use a couple of trap cards early. Anything they activate now is easier fodder for my Slayers later. Dragonic Resonance, boosting 1 and 2. And Battle Phase. Let's see if they have any traps. The Hourglass does come up, and they widespread ruin me right away. I clear out their monster, but the most threatening trap is down. Their final card in hand probably is a level 7 monster. Oh, and we see a Black Dragon Rising. So they are going to be bringing out the big Red Eyes Black Dragon this turn. Luckily, I don't think I should take 6,000 unless they get something really crazy. So it's not over yet. Monster Reincarnation is an interesting one. Getting rid of a Hammer Crush. And Dark Sorcerer coming back. So that is definitely a strong field. However, it is one I should be able to overcome. It's been a ruin. It's been like 4 out of the 5 games. Alright, so we survive. Though we are going to be at a little bit under half health. Unless they forget to attack. Not sure what they are doing, but it should roll over to us in a moment. Alright, our turn. We draw Widespread Ruin, which is nice because we know they just got rid of a Hammer Crush. We also do have a Phoenix Dragon, which we could use to recur a Gravity Press. But is that worth it? This is a rough one because we definitely want to use that Widespread Ruin, but we also kind of want to use Dragonic Slayer this turn. I guess we do Bunker Strike, and then we'll think it through a little bit more. We're going to end with 2 cards. That's the important piece of information to keep in mind. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. Or not the skill, this one. Alright, so we can keep 2 cards. And we do need this Slugger for later. So we want to put these cards on top of the deck. Definitely don't want this. Slayer is not going to do anything for us right now. And Pitcher will be the card we choose for next turn. I'm going to put down the Widespread Ruin, summon out Winged Dragon, and activate my skill. We buff up a little bit, and we check for trap cards. Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress attacks, and they do have something. Because they might have the barrier, I'm going to attack Dark Sorcerer instead of Red Eyes. This lets me save my Widespread Ruin to probably try to destroy one of their high levels next turn. Even if they get out a Dragius, I can pop it, presumably, and I should be able to survive, but they have a second Hammer Crush, which is problematic. They are at least spending one of their monsters. Oh, but Mystic Dealer comes out. If they bring out a 7-sword Magician and I don't have the Widespread Ruin, things are quite problematic. But this would have been true even with me destroying Red Eyes Black Dragon. It looks like they do need a low level, but they do shuffle 3 back and are pretty likely to draw it. My read on their hand is that they have the 7's Road, but oh, they have a Heavy Metal. And Black Dragon Rising is going to finish out the game. Unfortunately, they had another trap card, so I think I played it right. I just was not able to deal with it. 539 for game. I will definitely send them over a nice. I will say, I have been seeing a lot of Heavy Metal. That is usually what's been giving me a problem. let's go ahead and give it another shot. Alright, we are up first this time, which is usually a good sign. We are going to be able to get rid of 4 cards from our hand, which is fantastic, and we even have pressure. So we are really ready to go. Let's set 1, 2, 3, and tribute over the Sports Dragon. And now we should be set up. There is a chance, of course, they do just Dragonic Slayer our face down, but this is about the best you can ask for on turn 1. They immediately concede, probably bricking on a bunch of high levels. So we will give it another shot. Bum ba bum. Alright, we find another Roa opponent. Alright, we draw, and it's a solid turn 1 hand. Much like last time, we have a pressure and 3 low levels, this time all with solid defense stats. Bunker Strike is a great card to have for cracking back, as it will help us fix our hand. Here comes a Gargoyle, and another one. They are definitely able to bring out a big boss monster if they want. But I have 3 defense position monsters, so I am super safe against a Royal Rebels Heavy Metal, which of course we see immediately. Right now, Thunder the Thunder does have a 1 in 3 chance of a whiffing, and they do. They hit the Triad Drago, and that should be pretty bad for them. I'm keeping 2 monsters on the field, so I'm going to get to see a huge number of cards. Let's go for, I think we set the Slugger, and then we'll go ahead and tribute them off for Bunker Strike. We're going to get to see a couple more cards, and even if we mill a high level, Phoenix Dragon is here to recycle it. So we want to start with this. We milled a Dragorite, and we found a Dragonic Slayer, which is incredible. We have both Sports Dragons set up, so we can send these to the top of the deck, as we are just looking for as many dragons as possible on the next turn. So we summon these away, set this, and then we absolutely are winning this game. I would be shocked if they managed to pull off the comeback. Dragonic Slayer, popping that face down, is huge. Let's see what it is. It was a Recital, which would have stopped us from dealing the bulk of our damage this turn. We boost both of these up to go above Heavy Metal, and we swing in. 300, 228. Alright, and now they are in lethal range. 2700 is enough for a Dragonic Pressure to end the game. All we need are some solid monsters on the next turn, and I'm pretty sure we've already rigged our top deck to be just that. As long as we don't draw any more spells or traps going into the next turn, we should be able to Dragonic Pressure for around 4,000 damage. Okay, we see a Babysitter go, but it being in attack mode, it means they are going to be able to find some way to get over this. Rocker comes out, recycling that Heavy Metal. So they'll be able to destroy one of my monsters with the effect of Heavy Metal. I actually don't know what the name of his effect is. I guess we are about to find out. Oh, no, I skipped right past the voice line. Anyway, they presumably are going to beat over Dragonic Slayer here. And unfortunately, we have not seen a Widespread Ruin yet, so we don't know what they're capable of. It could be a Music Princess's recital. But if we... Oh, we can just Phoenix Dragon and win the game. It's over. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect, discard, add Slayer, summon the Slayer, and then we pop the card, swing in after using the skill, and we're guaranteed 2,800 plus 3. So pop here, and we destroyed... Oh, it was only a spell anyway. 1 and 2. No need to set the card. We can just head into the battle phase. Swing 1, and finish it. So that's what the Dragonic Resonance deck is supposed to do. I would like to save that replay, but I think I am at 10. That's unfortunate. Because that's just such a good showcase of how the deck is supposed to function. I think the last one, I'll note in my notepad here, it happened around 3 hours in. So we're going to delete the most recent replay. And then we're going to save the replay against Lupus. But yeah, that absolutely demonstrates what I was talking about. If Dragonic Slayer is able to consistently just generate a free +1 every turn, you don't have to worry about the traps, and the opponent is putting out worse boards. You saw how they were only ending on 1 or 2 monsters, trying to protect themselves with the trap card, instead of having more monsters to just naturally defend themselves. We are going second this time. Our hand is fine. Mostly if they misplay. If they just set 3, we probably have to just set as well. But that's not too bad. We do see a Dragorite coming out. And Gazelle. So presumably they are going to do some kind of big tribute summon. They might have a trap card to protect them. It is really interesting that they put those monsters in attack mode. But I'm not here to look a gift horse in the mouth. We will just go ahead and blow them up. Maybe that set monsters are really important, so they're willing to take the damage to divert attacks away from it. But if that's the case, I don't mind falling for whatever trap they are trying to set here. Let's activate Dragonic Resonance, boost our monsters, and get in for that damage. Solid. Over 2,000. Oh, just under 2,000. Here comes a Seahorse Carrier, but of course it's not able to use the effect, as not only was it not normal summon this turn, but there are no Aquas in the graveyard either. Thunder the Thunder coming out will probably weaken one of my monsters. Oh, a second Seahorse Carrier. Kind of an unfortunate draw for them, as they are losing a big part of their advantage engine early on. Tribute summon for Dragias, of course that is going to be unfortunate for me now. And then a second Thunder the Thunder. If they summon out another Dragias, I would be a little dead. This time it's Ancient of Rise Dragon. Still 3,000 direct damage is pretty significant. So it's 3,000, 4,000, 4,200 damage, and 2 very difficult monsters for me to deal with. We have neither Sports Dragon set up, so it feels like we need a stalling turn, but I'm not seeing how we get one of those. Set you, set you, then Dragonic Slayer. We can at least boost it up to 2,800. Set this, activate my skill. And we will beat the Dragius. Ancient Arise Dragon technically can be bested by the Widespread Ruin. But if they get out something like a 7-zone Magician, I don't know. They set a card. Nessus the Star Knight. They are probably just going in for some kind of lethal to Nessus, of course. That is going to be able to deal with my face down monster. No problem for them. And here comes a second big one. It's Prima Gatarna. And 2 set cards as well. Ultimately, destroying the Ancient Arise Dragon is pretty solid. Yeah, we do have to pop the trap card here. And we don't have a Slugger. I'm almost positive. Yeah. So we take a little bit of damage. The other Phoenix Dragon could be a nice draw here, for example. Oh, and speaking of, here it is. Phoenix Dragon comes out. Oh, this is risky, though. Phoenix Dragon discards Twin Edge. And we have to grab the Slayer. Summon Slayer. And we need to summon one other monster in order to activate his effect. Dragonic Resonance. Let's boost these levels. And then they set that first card immediately, which makes me think it's more likely to be a trap. It is the Widespread Ruin. We should be good to go. As long as they don't also have something like a Phantom Bind, we should win this. But they have another trap. Oh no. As long as it's just the barrier, we're okay. But if it's anything else, we don't have a way to beat this Prima Gatarna. We lose to Recital and Phantom Bind. It is just the barrier. So we get the clear, we swing in, and we are able to finish it off. That was a close game. I will send them the nice. It was absolutely a 50-50. Either player could have won that game. My win was purely due to a little psychological trick. They had 2 trap cards, but they set one immediately, and then they set another one at the end of the turn. Because of that, I assumed that they saw Widespread Ruin and went, wow, this is wonderful. We gotta throw that card down. Then, after they made the plays, they were like, oh yeah, also, we should set the barrier. And it ended up working out. Alright, so we are up first, and this is a pretty solid looking hand. Let's go ahead, get some cards down, and pass turn. No need to summon Bunker Strike right now. I mean, theoretically, we could have gone for the set 5 play, but keeping Bunker Strike around seems solid. Alright, they are setting a back row. Summoning a Seahorse Carrier. Do they have a 1 tribute monster? No, it's a Flavor Inspector out of nowhere. What kind of deck might they be playing? Oh, there is a Flame Champion. And it is confirmed to be a Noodle Art boost. Quite an interesting list. Alright, yeah, they are going to be able to beat all of my face downs. But Noodle Art boost is not a super powerful skill. They can definitely still win if they just hit the big Widespread Ruin. But I have some confidence in myself here as well. Let's Sports Dragon Pitcher, and we will use the effect. Sports Dragon Slugger is revived. We can bring out Bunker Strike. And our hand is already pretty much perfect. We are just digging a little bit. We mill a Winged Dragon, and we can send the rest of the bottom of the deck. We do not need these cards. 1, 2, and 3. This is helping us dig to pressure even faster, which is our big win condition. We summon 2 monsters, and remember we did use the sports dragons, so we are going to need to use our Dragonic Resonance on the 2 low levels. This should protect us, and now we should test for trap cards. We'll start by going this way. Nothing would seem to be activatable, so we'll then swing into Flame Champion. And then we will finish things off with Kana. If they have a Kanan is the monster we wanted to keep on the field so they couldn't use any Seahorse carriers. But if they have no traps, we will definitely go ahead and take the extra damage. We also have our Widespread Ruin, ready to stop whatever push they put up against us. They start by setting a new card, so if I get a Dragonic Slayer on the next turn, I am going to pop the card over on the left, because the card in the middle we know isn't a relevant trap. They go ahead and summon a Seahorse carrier and are going to revive that Kanan. But will they be able to actually get over my board? A Noodle Art boost and a Roastery could do it, but it looks like they are just summoning a Flame Champion, which is not very strong. Let's see what else they bring out. They currently have no way to deal with Bunker Strike. They just set a monster. Perhaps they will be going for a 2 tribute play anyway, though. There's no way to know. But if they just swing with Flame Champion, that should be game. Oh, the Noodle Art boost does make it 23, but that's not really quite enough. We are going to use the Widespread Ruin here, and if we're lucky, we will draw into a Slayer. We did put 3 cards on the bottom of the deck with Bunker Strike to help us get closer to it. We draw, and of course we do find it, because a truly strong duelist will always have luck on their side. Let's activate Slayer and make sure we pop the card on the left. And it was a Widespread Ruin. That should be pretty much game. We aren't going to actually defeat them this turn, but they've lost their best trap. We have big boosts for our monsters and a huge field. Even if they get a big play off with Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja and a Roastery, as long as we don't get OTK'd, Dragonic Pressure is going to seal the game for us. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monsters for Sorcery to boost. Luckily, Ghost Cyclone is not going to give them a bonus card, as they already have 3 monsters in the graveyard. Fire Yarrow and Kanan, both coming out. And we do see a Spice. Do they have another monster to boost alongside it? They definitely need another monster plus a Roastery, but if Spice is their only monster, it is definitely not going to be enough. We've already destroyed a Widespread Ruin, so we are in a huge lead. Not only is Bunker Strike already capable of beating the monster, but if we draw the other Slayer or Phoenix Dragon, we can make a big push. Okay, interesting. We are actually in danger of a Phantom Bind. I guess we will just set Winged Guardian and activate our skill. 1 and 2. Swing into battle, and let's see if we get there. It is a Phantom Bind, unfortunately, so we are going to take 200 and have to pass. We could lose the game here, as we drew no high-level monsters. If they get out a couple of low levels, and then Sorcery plus Spice, we are in some danger. Quite interesting. As if we had just drawn 1 high-level monster, we would have been fine. It is worth noting they can't run Innocent Lancer, so it is possible we could have gone for holding up in defense mode. But this card face down could be Roastery, but it could also be Pierce. Okay, 2 Noodle Ninjas. They are going for a huge play. 1 boost. Noodle Art boost. Going to mill a second card. And then Roastery is going to get them to huge levels. Oh no. I think we lost. Yeah, with double Roastery for sure. It all came down. I guess I should have played around the Phantom Bind. That is my bad. I could have waited for more cards because they probably have no piercing. Like if we go look into the deck list, does that deck have any way to deal with setting 3 monsters and passing? It doesn't look like it. So that's my mistake. I knew the deck, I knew its weakness, and I did not capitalize on waiting until we were able to find lethal through everything. Looks like I am up first. Let's see what we draw. Alright, seems like a pretty reasonable hand to me. Dragonic Slayer is fine. Would have liked to see some other stuff probably. A Pressure obviously would have been the best card. And there is actually an argument for summoning the Dragonic Slayer here, but I don't want to play into a heavy metal. Oh, they just passed turn. I'm pretty sure that means we should win pretty quickly and easily. If we can't put up lethal this turn, I would be surprised. Bunker Strike. Set. 1 and 2. Activate the skill because this is over 5,000, so we don't need to get the extra boost with Twin Edge. We can just go into the battle phase and close it out. I don't know if they bricked or if they are just playing for skill farming. Also, them be nice, as they were being pretty nice by letting me just win immediately. Oh wait, after this game, I need to go find the 40 card stall list. Because I actually wanted to play that deck soon, and I completely forgot to go write down what they were using. It's an archetype that I knew about. Oh, and this is actually literally the perfect hand. We get Dragonic Pressure, we get Widespread Ruin, and we have both Sports Dragons set up for the future. So if we lose this, they are going to need some pretty exceptional hands. We see a Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, in attack mode, followed by a Dragonic Slayer. Of course, they are going to be able to pop one of my cards, but either one that they leave for me, I will be happy with. They pop the Pressure, and they set 1 card. I think we do just Widespread Ruin, as we don't want to risk another Dragonic Slayer beating it up. Both Sports Dragons are on the field, so not going to get any use out of them. But we can go ahead and just tribute them off. 1 and 2. We are looking for another high level. We only get to see 1 card, but it is absolutely worth doing. We mill a card, and the card we milled was another Sports Dragon. We can go ahead and shuffle a Sports Dragon picture to the bottom of the deck. And then we will summon a Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, and a Twin Edge Dragon. Twin Edge Dragon can activate its effect, and we will ditch the Triad Drago, keeping the Sports Dragon Slugger for a later turn. We activate Dragonic Resonance, boosting up the 2 low-level monsters. Head into the battle phase, and Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike should be able to deal with that one. then we get a bunch of free swings in. They do have a rated, which is pretty odd. I think it must be the barrier. What do I think about the Goha Rush Festival KC Cup? I mean, I'm not a fan of the KC Cup format, but I will take the excuse to stream a bunch of Rush Duels and get a ton of gems. I like Rush Duels. It's cool to have like a little goal outside of hitting King of Games, because obviously I did that pretty early. So I'm excited for it. I'm gonna do my best. I'm not aiming for #1 in the world or anything, but I would like to get the best placement I can. Alright, so here comes a Dragonic Slayer, but we already used our Widespread Ruin last turn. Dragonic Resonance, but boosting just one monster. They are going to take out the Bunker Strike. And now it's my move. We draw and we get our own Bunker Strike, which is fantastic. Oh wait, hold on. We have a Phoenix Dragon. Let's just go ahead and activate the effect. Ditch the Slugger. And we want, oh, I thought we had a Slayer. I was mistaken. Very well. Bunker Strike 1 and 2. We are digging for a Slayer to guarantee the lethal. We don't see any, so we put all these cards back on the bottom of the deck. We are going to try again. 1, 2. We can try a Drago. Draw a card. And we find it. That is game. Even if we missed, we did have another 3 cards we could have digged. And they hit me up with the concede. If they concede, I tend not to send a nice, since it could come off as bad manners. Otherwise, I try to do it as a GG gesture. And we are running up on the 4-hour mark for this stream. Oh, whoops. Alright, we are up first again with another wonderful going first hand. Let's set this monster, the Triad Drago, the Winged Dragon. This time, unfortunately, we do not have the Sports Dragons to enable this super early Dragonic Pressure. Alright, any deck with the new skill, Tempest Drive. Tempest Drive is a deck I actually do have. We can go ahead and test it a little bit to round out the stream if you want. But overall, I don't think Tempest Drive is that good. After this game, I will go over the build I currently have, though. Let's see what Phoenix brings out. Dragonic Slayer, of course, could be a problem, popping my trap cards, but they just go for a turn 1 Dragonic Pressure. What could they possibly have to make this worthwhile? 1, 2, and 3. Oh, maybe they just don't have anything. They have too many high-level monsters and find themselves feeling forced to do so. They end their turn with a lone 0-attack monster. Quite interesting. Funnily enough, we don't have too much of a punish here. We just have a ton of attacks. We could discard 3 cards, revive Triad Drago, and then swing in for like 4k, but I don't see the point in using my pressure here when there's really nothing to go after. So we just summon these out, activate both Twin Edge, and we'll just start swinging in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 attacks, bringing them down to 1500. As long as I don't die, my Dragonic Pressure should be able to do enough damage next turn to end the game. And if they pop Dragonic Pressure with a Slayer, then my Widespread Ruin will take out whatever monster they're trying to win with. They don't have any sports dragons in the graveyard, so I should be good to go. Triad Drago is not able to use its effect, especially not if you're summoning a Twin Edge Dragon alongside it. However, they could Dragonic Resonance and then swing twice with Twin Edge Dragon to take out 2 of my monsters. Might use a pure Royal Rebel deck. Yeah, so I think the Royal Rebels are probably a good bet. And Magician's Shuffle is definitely a lot of fun too. I think my list might need a little bit more optimizing. But I think it can be good with people running so many back row. And this game is beyond over. They have gone for a Dragonic Slayer and get hit by the Widespread Ruin. There's just nothing they can do. I don't think there's a point in making them wait. Let's just go ahead and attack. I could have like summoned the Slayer and popped the back row, but there aren't any cards currently in the format that could have punished me. If we had Mirror Force, I would have done it, of course. Okay, so somebody wanted to see Tempest Drive. So what I'm currently running is 3 Bender Break. This card is not particularly good, but it is a big monster you can set on turn 1, kind of like a Yami Ruler. I have 2 Beast Summoners to summon out Bender Break for fewer tributes, and then I have Seven Sword Magician as the real boss of the deck. Tempest requires a level 7 Magician on the field, so 2 copies of XL Wonder Splat serve as the deck's other tribute because it is able to boost its own level to B7. Other than that, we have Mystic Dealer to help us deal with bricks, and the Beast Engine to lower some opponents' attacks and recur resources. The 200 from Silver Wolf doesn't come up a whole lot, but it's there as part of the Beast cards. Call of the Earthbound is able to redirect attacks away from Seven Roads of Magician so that you can survive for another turn. And of course, Widespread Ruin is Widespread Ruin. With that, we will round out this stream with a couple of games of Tempest Drive and see how it does. What do I think about the new Roman skill? I mean, I think if I was going to run a Roman deck, that is the skill I would use. Definitely make sure you put in that one of Roman pick and enough Psychic cards to reliably proc it. Just because you don't have to use exclusively Psychic monsters doesn't mean that you should be ignoring them. That said, the deck is a little rough still. I still don't think it is a top tier strategy. I'd probably run it alongside the Aqua Engine so you have more chances to get those double boss monster turns when you use the skill. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. We open with a Bender Break, so I don't see a reason not to just go ahead and set it up now. 2500 is pretty difficult for opponents to go over, especially in defense mode. So we just pass turn, and let's see what they do. If they bring out a Prima Guitarna or something, we are punished by playing down the Gazelle. But other than that, we should be in a good spot. Mystic Dealer uses the effect. Perfect. Oh, and they are sending away a Seven's Road Witch. Looks like we are playing against a generic aggro deck. Unfortunately, if they do bring out a Seven's Road Magician, my Bender Break is going down. Dragius, though, we can defend against. And they mill another Dragius. That is perfect. Dragius now can't even attack twice, But wait, Dragorite didn't even swing into the other face down. Quite interesting. So we don't have any wind monsters, which is awkward. But Mystic Dealer, 7's Road Magician for sure. I don't think we discard with Mystic Dealer because we already have a pretty solid hand. Let's go ahead and Elemental Road. Then we Silver Wolf. We do have another beast monster on the field, so we can activate the effect. Let's weaken Dragius a little bit here. Then we can set. And then this is actually probably less damage than 2/7 Road Magicians. So let's go ahead and bring out the other one and boost it up. Activate Elemental Road one more time, and now we're at 3,600, which is perfect. We swing in, and we swing in. They are down 2 copies of Dragius, which is great. I didn't have any wind monsters, so Road Magic Tempest didn't come up. They are bringing out multiple low-level monsters, which means I think they do have an out yet again. If they have the 3rd Dragius, that would be very impressive. Instead, it is a 7's Road Magician. But why is this Dark Sorcerer in attack mode? They have the Summoned Skull, of course. So perhaps I should have saved a 7's Road Magician to be able to beat this board on this turn. But we'll see what I draw. A Beast Summoner. Not bad. Beast Summoner activates the effect, and I get a Bender Break. For free. Next up, we normal summon the All-Seeing White Tiger, and we can finally activate the skill. We boost the All-Seeing White Tiger, and then we can set a Road Magic Tempest onto the field. Then, Bender Break can activate its effect, has the number of face-up cards is the same. I send 2 Road Magic Tempest to the graveyard, and I do a huge debuff on 7's Road Magician. Then I set a monster and battle. I did miscalculate this. I forgot Bender Break should have been special summoned in defense mode. Because now I'm leaving myself open to losing a monster that has 2,500 defense and would have otherwise been really difficult for my opponent to overcome. Here comes Masaki and a Gazelle. And they just go straight into the battle phase. This is what I mean. Bender Break could have survived. Oh, but they just concede. Because they attacked with Summoned Skull instead of one of their other monsters. So that was a huge misplay, leaving them unable to deal with my 2 tribute. Oh, well, it probably wasn't a misplay. It was probably just a misclick. Alright, and I see we have passed the 4-hour mark. So we probably are going to call it after this game. Just getting a couple of Tempest Drive rounds in since it was requested. Alright, this is an awful opening hand. The only thing that salvages it is exactly Beast Summoner. Or maybe, actually, Mystic Dealer would be pretty good. We'd be able to cycle away the 7's Road Magician, and then potentially get another low level. Alright, they set a monster, of course, setting 2. Oh, hi there. We definitely played earlier. Oh, wait. This just reminded me, I forgot to go get the deck list. So I will set this, but I only have one monster. So I guess I have to set it and pass. Yeah, The Fallen, can you please send me your deck list? I forgot to take a screenshot of it. There should be a Discord link in the YouTube description, and I would love if you joined and posted your decks because I want to try it out. Alright, so they are going to tournament me, but this does mean they are at least giving up a card to do so. My plan is somehow survive this turn, and then draw 2 Beast Summoner. That is my plan. Alright, so we see Axel Wondersplat buffing their monster up, and we are going to take a ton of damage. We draw into a 4th one. This is a silly way to end things, but I think this is going to be the final game of the night. Thank you everyone who tuned in. I guess I don't think there's anyone on Twitch watching, or if there are, it's just 1 or 2, so I'm not gonna bother with a raid today. Anyone watching on YouTube, I do have a new video going up in 9 hours, so that's the next thing to look forward to. I will send them over a nice, and then I guess I can try to check if The Fallen is still on my recent games list. Because I absolutely meant to fight. No, they went away. Alright, so hopefully they joined because I really did want to see that deck list. Okay, cool. Perfect. Oh, and welcome to the server as well, Dildozer. Alright, so that is going to be it for the stream. I don't know exactly where it is in terms of delay, but thank you everyone who came out.